Welcome.
Testing.
Welcome to the April 21st board meeting. The board met in closed session and took no action, no reportable action. We will start with approval of the agenda order.
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. What we will start with Dr. McGee.
Great. Well, thank you. We have some students we'd really like to recognize at the beginning of the meeting. So I'm going to go to the podium and ask them to join me. And I think rather than do a photo after every group, we'll just do one group photo, if that's all right with everybody. We have Julie, Ashley, and Zod, our middle school, a young woman from middle school. Come on down.
These are our C-SPAN winners.
Just from Milma here. So these are three remarkable young women from Jordan Middle School. They entered this C-SPAN Student Cam annual National Video Documentary Competition. It encouraged students to think critically about issues that impact our communities and our nation. This year, students were asked to create a short 5 to 7 minute video, a documentary video addressing the prompt. Tell a story that demonstrates how a policy, law, or action by either the executive, legislative, or judicial branch has affected you and your community. C-SPAN announced the winners of its annual Student Cam documentary contest. For this year's theme, the three branches in you, there were over 2,500 entries. And out of 150 winners, one of these was from Palo Alto. And so for their incredible work, and you have to see this video, talk about giving voice to empowered young women. It's just remarkable. And Ashley, Julie, and Zog won $250 for honorable mention, The Gap That Divides Us on the Gender Wage Gap. So let's let's honor these girls with a special certificate from the Board of Education. So we have Zog. Am I pronouncing? Sage. I'm sorry, Sage. Congratulations, Ashley. And Julie Moss, congratulations. Good. All right. Next, I got to ask the sponsor of the Gun Future Business Leaders of America to come forward, Ms. Tony Smith. Tony took a large contingent down to the state competition and had just a remarkable experience down there. The mission of the Future Business Leaders of America is to bring business and education together in a positive working relationship through innovative leadership and career development programs. We bring the mission to life through the application of their motto, service, education, and progress. The Gun FBLA chapter was reactivated this year by students Joseph Lai and Randy Wu under the guidance of our advisor, Ms. Smith, who's a mathematics teacher at Gun High School, serving in her 18th year as advisor. Wow. 20, okay, yeah. It's a very strong outing for a first-year club. There were 87 members. 43 members competed at the first base section competition in February. Of the 43 gun competitors, they brought home 31 awards, placing in the top 10. Of those 31 winners, 24 students qualified for the California state competition. Of those, 19 state qualifiers attended the state competition, which was held in Santa Clara, and 4 students from that group have qualified to attend the national level competition held in Chicago this summer. And I'd like to ask these 4 young men to come up and receive their certificates from the Board of Education. Brian Owens, 5th place in the state network design team. Congratulations, Brian. Benjamin Owens, 5th place at state, network design team. There you go, Ben. Sam Winslow, 2nd place in state, computer problem solving. There you go, Sam. And Joseph Nung, 1st place in state, business procedures, 3rd place at state, introduction to business communication. Congratulations, Joseph. There you go. And Tony, do you want to say anything real quickly?
Yes.
I'm very, very proud of these young students and very much looking forward to the national competition in Chicago and hoping that we can represent Gun there. Thank you.
And then our final recognition for the evening goes to 2 students who just have extraordinarily gifted artists and writers. I'd like to ask Mariah Myers to join me. And this young woman, I had the opportunity to hear her read her poem, Plum, at the Voice of the Youth Speaks Out evening. And I have a friend who's a published poet, and I said, you have to hear it. I sent her a copy of your poem. She's in New York, and just said, this is remarkable. And it's just so moving, and you have such a gift. And I only hope that you keep writing. It is really something special. And Ken Shin. Ken. And Ken has a gift both in writing and in art. And just these, let me just say, just take a moment to talk about this. So our sophomore, Ms. Myers, was awarded the gold medal in poetry, and Palo Alto High School's Ken Shin was named as both a gold medalist and a silver medalist in the art category at the 2015 Scholastic National Art and Writing Competition. This competition is the nation's longest running and most prestigious recognition program for creative teens in grades 7 through 12. Listen to this. More than 300,000 works of art and writing were submitted for education at the regional level in the awards in 28 categories. And these 2 ended up with gold and silver medals. Other award winners in this have included John Updike, Sylvia Plath, Joyce Carol Oates, Stephen King. They are in good company with you. Congratulations.
Everybody come on up. We'll stand behind you.
We'll move on. All right.
Come on,
Oh, get up.
girls.
Come on.
Get up, get up.
Yeah, yeah.
Come on, Rips. Sorry, is it my chair?
Good. Just 2 quick updates and then a statement to read. As far as the updates, we say every month we'll give a report on pending Office of Civil Rights cases. We don't have any new information from the Office of Civil Rights. We still have 2 cases of which we're waiting to hear how they have been, what the final verdict will be,
And a
what the
public
final
records
recommendations will
request
be from the Office for
them.
Civil Rights. In addition, I forgot to put this in the superintendent's report. We, as an update on the Public Record Act request, all the July correspondence that was requested, we actually had to contract someone out to do the redactions on that, and that the July correspondence should be done by Friday, we found out today. So, and then we had 2 other requests for information this week, which we have responded to and say that we will get back to them within the time frame. So,
And Dr. McGee, I believe we're still waiting on the public records from OCR, and I think that's the only one that's outstanding that the board has done. So I just want to remind that we're still waiting on OCR for that
it goes
public
both ways,
record.
doesn't
Yes,
it? Yes, it does. Thank you, Ms. Townsend.
Dr. McGee,
Yes, sir.
do you have a sense about how long these standing requests will take to be brought up to date?
Well, we turned them over, I think, 3 weeks ago, I don't have the exact date to the attorney, so, it took
Roughly a month.
yeah, probably 2 weeks, I think, per month. It depends on the volume for that given month. My sense, yeah, and I don't know what it is.
Okay,
to
that's
tell you
helpful.
the truth, but they're making progress on it, and we're also making progress on hiring a second assistant here to help out in the office. So we're down to 2 finalists on our 3rd round of that. So,
Good, thanks.
so good. Yes, ma'am.
And are we a year or 2 years out from our request from public record from OCR?
I can look up the exact date. It
think
preceded
it-
my time here. I'll tell
Right.
you that.
So I think it's a couple of years, and we're still waiting. So just to remind everybody that
Good.
we're still waiting
I appreciate that.
on
Thank
that
you.
governmental body.
Good. Well, we're not going to have a slideshow tonight. I really want to keep my report brief, and I'm already 2 minutes over time. But I think it's important to read this statement, and I'll be able to distribute this tomorrow. So the decision regarding zero period is really one of the more difficult ones I have had to make. And as a morning person who gets up at 5 o'clock every morning and have for most of my life, I understand, and I mean this, the frustration, the anger, the disappointment of our students and our faculty who want to retain the current practice. And on one hand, we have some significant survey data to support keeping zero period, an option for academic classes. 89.9%, or 335 of 373 students in Chloe Sorensen's survey favored keeping zero period. 78.9% of the students, about 76 students, I think, in the math teacher survey, said it reduces our stress to have zero period. We also have numerous emails from, and I've had several conversations with, faculty. That's on one hand. On the other hand, we have letters from pediatricians and professors, a preponderance of literature regarding sleep, and a tangible sense of urgency to make change, immediate change, in the wake of our tragic deaths by suicide. Parents have weighed in on both sides of the issue. But in addition, we have much important business to handle yet this spring. We have the report from the Gun Bell Scheduling Committee. We have the report from the Minority Achievement and Talent Development Committee. Both of these are coming to the board in May. And so this decision about zero period really is an administrative one. And in my judgment, perhaps flawed, but continuing an extended debate would serve only to be more divisive and to draw attention away from the important business, from other important business, such as the Gun Bell Scheduling Committee and the Minority Achievement and Talent Development Task Force report. I feel badly that students do not feel like they were part of the conversation on this decision, and I want to assure them that I have heard and I'm very interested, as are members of the board, in working with the students, with the faculty, to figure out some new ways of reducing stress, giving them more time and control of their schedules, especially the juniors and seniors. In addition to hearing several reasons why students wanted to retain academic classes during zero period at both the brown bag lunch last week and the SEC class yesterday, we heard several good ideas worth exploring in detail. I also look forward to hearing others during Mrs. Tantad's zero period class in N213 tomorrow morning. Here are some ideas that we heard from the students. Contract independent study. Currently, independent study is primarily for credit recovery. Students raise the possibility of working with current faculty on elective independent study or taking a CSU approved online course. A second suggestion was contract do something about the contract PE requirements. The current qualification requirements in the 10-page application document seem unattainable for many serious athletes who compete outside of school and practice more than 6 hours a week. Graduation requirements. Students ask, why do our district's requirements exceed the UC requirements? Blended learning classes in H period, again, particularly for juniors and seniors. Students made it very clear they would like more class options in this format. We initiated an effort to provide training a few years ago. We had a presentation to our instructional supervisors from both high schools this spring, and we still have plenty of space for faculty training sessions this summer. Do something, please, they said, about the daily end-of-day prep for school athletes who often miss last period for games, and for students who also have to attend jobs after school out of necessity. These are both important. These are just some of the ideas, and there were several others. As we know, the recent report of the WASC Visiting Committee recommended that we develop processes for including the student voice in decisions that affect them. I am very sorry that we did not do our best job in this instance. I'll say that again. I'm very sorry that we did not do our best job in this instance. I am committed to making sure we do a much better job going forward. For example, I am optimistic that the new bell schedule will alleviate many of the problems that students now experience given the more traditional schedule at Gunn, a schedule not unlike that which I had in high school 50 years ago. I am most appreciative that the Creative Bell Schedule Committee has provided opportunities for input and will be providing more such opportunities. And I understand there was a terrific meeting last night. That was the third meeting of the evening I attended, and I just got there the last 15 minutes of it. But talking to students, faculty, and others, it sounded like there were opportunities to be heard. I'll tell you, in my experience, modular schedules, block schedules, modified block schedules, other creative options can provide students the flexibility needed to balance a rigorous academic load with breaks, with important and necessary breaks during the day, to assure athletes miss fewer classes, and to provide students who need to get a job at the end of the day the opportunity to do so. There is some research that these types of schedules foster mental health and wellness, better attendance, increase in motivation and engagement, closer student-teacher connection, and lighter homework load since the classes meet less frequently. These kind of schedules also open the door for some innovative teaching and learning. So I'll close by thanking the students I heard from, the students who we'll hear from tonight, for your understanding and for your good ideas. I look forward to discussing some of the ideas mentioned a few moments ago in more depth, hearing more from our Bell Schedule Committee next month, and yes, we will do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. McGee. Now we'll go to our student board members for their reports. Who would like to go first? Okay.
I'll go for it.
Okay.
So it seems like it's been a long time since the last board meeting, and Gunn has been busy as usual. Last week was Not in Our Schools Week. For us, Not in Our Schools Week is a bit more of a chance for us to reflect on us and our community and how we can become more accepting. And I do want to thank all the people that put on that week. I know it's a big deal for our diversity committee and many staff members that helped put that on. This week is Staff-Appreciation Week, a creative version of staff appreciation that now features such events as the Staff Student Quiz Bowl, a staff talent show, staff appreciation grams, a tree of memories, and a wall of trusted adults. And then I did hear great things about the Bell Schedule open forum thing last night. I know that was great for students to get their voice heard about what their school will look like next year. And then coming up this weekend is prom, and that is at the Metreon. We're all very excited, I can tell. So, and then on Wednesday of last week there was a brown bag lunch with Dr. McGee, and students were given the opportunity to express their dismay and disappointment on the elimination of zero period. This decision did come as a surprise for us. Students were disappointed in the decision because we had been told that we would have an opportunity to be part of this discussion, and that did not happen. I think I'm going to summarize some of the points that were brought up here, and that is that we do respect the research that was cited in Dr. McGee's letter. However, we see it as irrelevant. The issue that seems to be swaying people is about late start. That research is on late start. There is no research on zero period. It is a different thing. We have a late start. Another misconception that I think the community has, which I want to correct, is the idea that we take zero period to have 8 classes. That is not possible. That is not why zero period exists. It is a tool that students use to manage their time. It is not a way to get ahead. I look forward to working with Dr. McGee and other students to find ways to mitigate the multitude of negative effects that will stem from this decision. As you can see, there are quite a few students here to speak, and I will let them speak about the issues involving student voice. I ask that you do listen. I know everyone has a student's best intentions at heart. Although well-intentioned, this is a bit of misguided paternalism that has led to a decision being made that limits students' options. Limiting our options does not solve the stress problem. It only adds to our stress. Thank you.
Okay. Now,
You may want to send that to the New York Times, too.
now we'll have the Pally report. Thank you, Carolyn.
So I probably can't compete with that. But so firstly, Pally, we had our prom on Saturday at San Francisco City Hall, and it was very elegant and classy. It was great. I definitely really enjoyed it, and I'm sure all of my classmates did too. Currently, right now, we're participating in Not in Our Schools Week, and so just to give you some examples of things we've been doing, today was Disability Awareness Day, and tomorrow we're focusing on sexual assault awareness. Next week has also been dubbed Harry Potter Week, so we're basically doing a bunch of Harry Potter themed events during the entire week and dress up type things, so that should be really fun. I definitely suggest Gun does that as well. Yeah. And lastly, this isn't really an event that happened or is going to happen, but it's an issue that's kind of silently been discussed at Pally, which is our bell schedule. So there's been discussion of dropping the C day, which is a 7-period class day each Monday, and replacing it with an alternating either odd period day or even period day. And so pretty much students are totally in support of this. I have not heard one student say that they are against keeping the C day and changing it, so the odd and even period days. And pretty much there are no negative effects to this. The students still have the same amount of class time in that class, so really just no negative effects. If anything, there are only positive effects in that the students only have to do half the normal amount of homework that they would have to do in preparation for their classes on Monday. And in addition to that, every other week students would get out at 1:45 p.m., which would be great. But pretty much the issue is that the students have been totally in support of changing the schedule, but the teachers at our school have somehow come to the decision that they don't want that to happen. And apparently, like, that has just been dropped. Like, we're not contemplating doing that anymore. Like, we're just not going to change the schedule at all now because of the teachers. So I just kind of wanted to bring that to the board and the public's attention, that I know we're in a time where we're talking about listening to students and letting students, like, have a voice in the decisions that we're making. So this is just kind of frustrating to me and my classmates to see that, like, we really do feel like we're being ignored right now. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so our next item is approval of the consent calendar. The items on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be approved in one action without discussion. If a board member requests an item be removed from the calendar or a citizen wishes to speak to an item, it will be considered under action items.
I wonder if you might share with the community that because the report of the superintendent came under the superintendent's report, we, as the rest of the board, are not allowed to comment on zero period or any of those others. And I do want our community to know, while if it were agendized, of course I would say something, I'm not able to do that right now. So I think the community should be aware of the importance of something going into the superintendent's report as opposed to an agendized item. Okay.
Thank you. Do you want to move to approve the consent calendar while you're talking?
Approved.
Do you have a
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. We're about to go to open forum, and I have 24 comment cards, which we're more than happy to hear. But I need to ask a favor. It is hard for many people to come up and speak on television in front of so many people. So let's be sensitive to that and make sure this is a safe environment for everyone to speak in. So anyone wishing to address the board on a non-agendized item, and I have 24 cards right now, may do so at this time. Comments will be taken after the consent calendar, which we just had, and you will be allotted 3 minutes per speaker. We're going to stop you after 3 minutes because we have over an hour's worth of comments. Okay, it's not because we don't want to hear you. We just need you to keep within 3 minutes. We do have the option to change it to a 2-minute guideline, but we are choosing not to do that. We're giving you 3 minutes, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm going to read your name, and if I mispronounce your name, just correct me as you come up, okay? Yeah. Mahir, I should know your name. Mahir Javandi, to be followed by Akit Ranjan, to be followed by Heather Schultz. I'll keep going. And we're just go line up if you've been called. Thank you.
Do they have emails on Mr. Address? Just the addresses, okay. It should be on already. Is it on? Yeah,
yes, it
it's
is.
on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So I have a few things that I just wanted to say. It's generally, I think, all of the issues that our community wants to be heard it's about student voice. Like you guys said, like the WASC report that we have seen has said, student voice should be a part of this whole debate. And it hasn't been. We understand that this decision is done and that very little will change it, and you may debate that, but we don't see that the zero period decision will change. But the key is that we want a proper process to be followed in all future decisions. That includes the one we're talking about with scheduling. So the only survey that I've seen thus far that I've taken as a zero period student about zero period was done by a sophomore, arranged in like a week, which is not okay because you guys made a decision about the schedule without consulting students. You didn't hear them talk. You heard them talk after we made the decision, and you did not hear them in the voice of a survey. There have been letters, there have been speeches, as when Dr. McGee came, and we thank you for hearing our voices when you did come. But when you did come, it was a little bit too late because that was, after the decision had been made. And you have cited many sources about sources and studies, surveys, everything, scientific report, right? But what we find to be an issue and a flaw with all of that is that these studies never control for choice. The choice to take zero period at gun is the crucial point of this. It is an optional choice. And in every study, they are talking about an early start school, where school starts at 7:30. School does not start at 7:30 at gun. School starts at 8:25. But if you want to, you can optionally take a class earlier than that. And so when a study is done, it should be done controlling for choice. And as the student surveys have shown, I think other speakers will show you what their survey found, but it's a very different picture from that the published surveys that you have sourced kind of show. And then in addition to that, the surveys that you have cited, while are very legitimate, they seem to be, at least from our view, a little bit cherry-picked. We have found other sources visible just on the internet, on Google, that do not provide conclusive evidence. And doctors have said that while the data may show that some students will benefit from a mandated later start time, it is inconclusive because, again, there is choice. So, like Dr. McGee, an early morning person, like myself, an early morning person, sorry.
If you've got something written, you are welcome to leave it with us.
No, that's
Or
all right.
email it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That was really nice.
Ankit?
Yes, I had a quick.
Excuse me, folks, would you say your name again so I
My
can...
name is Ankit. Ankit.
Ankit.
Yes. So earlier today, I read an article that had described some of the politics that went behind making this decision. So what I read and what other sources have also confirmed off the record is that that this decision was forced by certain members of the school board because and that they would repeal their support of Measure A unless this decision was made to cancel zero period. And it is also shown that this coincides with the fact that certain members of the school board they put out their agreement with Measure A within hours after Dr. McGee announced his decision. So this is stuff I've heard. Is this actually what happened behind this decision? And is it true that the school board is using Measure A as a tool to push its own agenda? This is just something that I have been hearing around.
We can't respond.
Unfortunately, we can't respond during an open forum.
Oh,
At
you
the
can't?
end, Dr. McGee can say a few
All right.
things,
All right. Okay.
Or he may not know.
or he might not be able to.
Thank you. I like that option.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
But we're noting all the comments. Heather Schultz, to be followed by Olivia Elson.
Dear board, first, thank you for your service. I do appreciate all that you do for us. I am very concerned about the current compulsion for change, simply for the sake of change itself, that I am seeing at Gunn High School and hearing the drive for within the community. I've heard the frustration of the students who feel that their perspectives are not valued and are not being listened to. In particular, the recent decision to reduce zero period options for students at Gunn feels rushed and dismissive of student opinions. The decision was issued during their spring break. Speaking with students after the decision has been made, even including an apology in that, is not the same as listening to and valuing their views. Okay? I don't understand, and I've spoken with other parents, but I'll only speak for myself right now, how eliminating choices reduces student stress. I just don't understand that. A small percentage of students at Gunn elect to take zero period class because it increases their control over their daily lives and permits them additional flexibility in their schedules. I am here today as a parent in support of these students, and I'm very proud of these students who are here tonight. So, thank you.
Olivia Elson, to be followed by Natalie Rosark, to be followed by Nina Shiroli.
Hi, I'm Olivia Elson, and I'm a sophomore at Gunn. But tonight, I'm here to represent 791 students who signed a petition saying we oppose the elimination of academic classes from zero period. We formally request that academic classes during zero period be continued, giving students flexibility to manage their own time based on their individual needs. That is 42.7% of the student body who signed this in only 4 school days, with only about 3 to 5 students collecting signatures each of those days. This is the voice of the students. We are telling you what we want and what we need. and this decision directly affects us, so we really need you to listen. While gathering signatures, there were two things that I heard over and over. The first was that people thought that students should be allowed to make this choice for themselves, and they were really glad that a petition was being made. The second, which I heard from both students and some of my teachers, was that even if I got the entire student body to sign, they didn't think that the school board would listen to me. They didn't think that you guys would care what the students thought. At the lunch meeting with the superintendent, I heard a lot of talk about sacrificing for the greater good, but the greater good is already sleeping in. 85% of students are coming to school at 8:25. It is only 15% who make the choice to wake up early. You are not going to be sacrificing for the greater good by cutting zero period. You are sacrificing a schedule option that benefits early risers. And a lot of students left that meeting feeling like it was just a way to smooth over student dissent, not a sincere effort to gather the opinion of the students. This decision is about students choosing a schedule that gives them the least amount of stress. It's about flexibility to do sports, have jobs, enjoy hobbies after school. It's not about cutting down on course loads, as students no longer are allowed to take more than 7 classes. And surveys have shown that students in zero period actually get more sleep than the students not in zero period. I would also like to express that we really, really appreciate your concern and the concern of the parents in the community. We recognize the good intentions, and we understand that after the tragedies of this year, there is a need to take action. Whatever you decide to do with all of the feedback you're getting today, we would like you to know that we are a community. We know that gun can be stressful, and we would like to work with you to change that, but zero period needs to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Rozark, to be followed by Nina Shiroli, to be followed by Maya Mikolos. Okay.
Hi, I'm Natalie Rozak, and I wanted to share with you my experiences of having zero period versus not having one. As a freshman, I was taking 7 classes without a zero period, so I did not have a prep period at the end of the day. I could not fully pursue my passion, riding horses, because I did not have time after school. I was limited to only riding twice a week. On the days that I would ride after school, I was worried about completing my homework on time, causing myself to not fully enjoy my sport. I was stressed out and unhappy. That year, I would go to bed at 10:30 and wake up at 6:45, so I was supposedly getting 8.25 hours of sleep. However, I had difficulties falling asleep, and I would typically wake up in the middle of the night. Currently, I take 7 classes of the same difficulty as freshman year, but I have a zero period, giving me a prep at the end of the day. Because of my prep, I am able to ride horses every single day after school and complete my homework on time. I follow my heart and venture into a world where school does not dictate how I live my life. This is due to starting and ending school earlier. I go to bed every night at 9:30 and I wake up at 6:45, so I get 8.75 hours of sleep. I sleep through the night, so with zero period I actually sleep more than I did without. Between freshman and sophomore years, the only situation that has changed is whether or not I take zero period. My friends have stayed the same. I sleep in the same house, same room, and the same bed. I am a case where zero period has actually benefited my sleep habits. I am a morning person. My biorhythms cause me to naturally wake up between 5:45 and 6:45, even during the summer. If you take away zero period, I will be getting less sleep because it is virtually impossible for me to sleep in. I've been told off by a school administrator saying that I can just do homework in the mornings with a later start time. However, I am unwilling to leave homework assignments for the morning because it is impossible to guess correctly on how long it takes to complete them. Instead, I will be staying up late thanks to not having a prep at the end of the day. I could work ahead, however, that is inefficient because I would first need to teach myself the material in order to complete assignments accurately. Thank you for expressing concern over student well-being. However, you guys should instead ask students what they would like to see changed. I have seen many students and talked to them and heard several wonderful ideas, including having science and history classes take the same tests on the same day, like what the math classes already do. Let's have a meeting where students can voice their ideas on what they think needs to be done to improve our school. Our voice matters, so please stop putting words into our mouths. Please keep zero period. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina?
Hi, my name's Nina Shirole, and I'm a junior at Gunn High School. Many of the people you see here tonight are gun parents, gun staff, and most importantly, gun students. A lot of us are wearing Not in Our Schools Week shirts that say, we're all in this together.
Yep.
Whether the students here and whether the parents here and whether the teachers here tonight who are giving up their time to be with us speak up here to you, or whether they do not, whether they participate by listening and snapping, because that's what we do in our supportive community. They are here to support the idea that we deserve an equal spot at the table. We are here to be visible because some members of our community, some students have been here before and have spoken before, and many of them, like myself, were here at the last board meeting. We specifically requested an opportunity for gun students to present their views, findings, personal experiences, and surveys that they have taken to you before a decision was taken on zero period. We accept your apology, but you are not the only one at fault. We will not blame a decision that was made without consulting with two of the major stakeholder groups on campus, students and staff, on one person. Instead, we would like to express that certain individuals or interest groups with political or financial clout must not create change in this community. We are the ones who create change in this community. Our participation at this meeting, silent or vocal, needs to send a signal to people in positions of power, elected or hired, that we will not take anything less than a well-deserved spot at the table. We deserve to be included in all of the discussions that affect not only the classes of 2015 through 2018, but all of the classes that will come after us. We humbly request that you fully assess the motivations behind each decision taken, whether they are in our best interests, in our community's best interests, or whether they are based on a few vocal constituents. Here tonight, you see part of the silent majority, part of that majority that is proud of Gunn High School. We have a lot of new members, the POUSD family, this year. We feel that you may not have learned as much as we would have liked you to what the gun community is about because we feel that we do not have a voice. We do feel that there's an opportunity for you to give us a voice and to give us an opportunity, but please remember where your motivation is coming from: political groups, financial groups, or the students and staff on campus.
Thank you. Maya, to be followed by Marie Durquet, to be followed by Catherine Baker.
Hi, I'm so grateful for the opportunity to share my voice and my opinions on this matter, but I have to say that at first I was hesitant to take everybody up on this chance. I questioned whether I was qualified to speak at this sort of stage because I'm not an elected member of the student government. I'm not representative in any sort of way of whatever figment of the imagination has been constructed as the average gun student, simply because I don't believe that there is such a thing as an average gun student, or a majority of gun students for that matter. But I came to speak because I'm tired of having student voice drowned out by other interests, and I'm tired of seeing my teachers having to become accustomed to not having a say in the stake either. At Gunn, the rumor mill is spinning about what's actually causing this decision, and honestly, it's disappointing. It's disappointing to our students, and we want our voice to be heard in this matter, because the effect of this decision has been to cut students out of the discussion. We're not sure if our voice counts, and so people are reduced to speculating about benefiting an average student and what would help that student. But this is what I wanted to say. Averages are for data, and we are more than statistics. Changes should be made based and modeled with input from actual gun students. And in these cases, it is not better to seek forgiveness than to ask permission. I understand that there is data that suggests that later school starts may be beneficial for most students, but there's strong anecdotal evidence, at the very least, to suggest that many students who are opting into this system find it highly beneficial. I've heard from many of my athlete friends that it gives them extra flexibility, as we've heard today, and also from rearranging schedules for volunteering and working, as has also been brought up. But I guess this brings up the question of where we're supposed to go as a community from here, because for all we want to talk about this, it's beginning to seem like there's nothing that's going to change on this particular issue, at least. And it's possible that is too late. It's possible that we're beating a dead horse standing here talking about zero period. But we can't just roll over and accept this decision, because if we do, our voice will be steamrolled in every sequential decision following this, starting with the schedule and ending who knows where. We can't drop it and move on, and we need our voice to be acknowledged in the future. But the most important thing to me is that it's not over here. This isn't doomsday, and we're not going to refuse to listen and compromise with you, the board. We respect a lot of what you say, and we realize that you have our best interests at heart, for the most part at least. And we're willing to listen to you, and we're willing to compromise on future decisions. This isn't the end of an active discussion, but you need to include us in it, and you need to listen. So thank you.
Marie DeQuay, to be followed by Catherine Baker. Marie DeQuay, to be followed by Catherine Baker. If I call your name and you can come up, that would be good to be waiting. To be followed by Monica Berger.
Hi, I'm Marie Durquette. I feel so proud of our gun students for standing up here and being so eloquent, so smart, and caring so much about their schools and their future. And I feel like it's not too late to do the right thing. I think there's still a chance to continue the discussion, even though a decision has been made. There's been so much said tonight, so passionate, so thoughtful, so intelligent, that it's not too late to really give the chance to the students to be at the table like they say that they want to be. As a teacher, we're often told to differentiate instruction, to pay attention to your individual students, what they need. And I feel like as a school, we have to do that too. We have to say, you want this, you want choices, let's honor that. Let's really pay attention to that. Let's differentiate by giving you all the choices that you say you want. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Baker, to be followed by Monica Berger, to be followed by Lucy Augustine.
Good evening. I'm addressing the board this evening as president of the Palo Alto Management Association, or PAMA as we refer to it. The Palo Alto Management Association is made up of Palo Alto Unified School District administrators, managers, coordinators, supervisors, and psychologists. PAMA fully supports Measure A, the PAUSD parcel tax renewal measure that is on the ballot this spring. Funds from the parcel tax attract and retain highly qualified teachers, support advanced programs in science, math, and technology, keeps our school libraries open and staffed, and provides enhanced electives, for our high school students, which we know is so important to the balanced well-being in education. Our members wish to formally endorse Measure A because we believe it supports all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica, to be followed by Lucy Augustine, to be followed by Diane Gleason.
Okay, hi, my name is Monica. First of all, I'd like to apologize ahead of time because I'm not a great public speaker, and nor have I put together like a really fancy speech like everyone else has. First of all, I feel really touched that you guys have been trying to like make some sort of change to reduce the stress of the students. I just kind of feel like you guys are taking the wrong actions. At the brown bag lunch, one of the people that spoke at the podium said that this was for the depressed students or the students who are struggling, and that's 25% of the students at Gunn. And I didn't really feel like there was a correlation between depression and zero period, and nor did I feel like you guys were speaking on behalf of the people that were depressed, and it really offended me, so I just kind of wanted to put that out there. So me and my friends have been through a really hard school year because I'm a junior and we've lost some of our friends, and like in addition to that, junior year is just hard and everyone knows that.
That's for sure.
I felt that, well, I don't know, like before, like I really enjoy learning, and like I used to like going to school, and now I kind of just feel like I don't really look forward to going to school as much. And I just feel like one of the things that you guys could do to possibly help reduce stress would be to monitor test stacking.
Yep.
That's one of the things that really causes me a lot of stress, because like if I have a test in like bio, like that's usually something I want to study the most for because that's one of my weaker subjects. But if I also have a test for math and French and like another class, then I get really stressed out because I don't have enough time to study for all of them. So just something to think about. Another thing I thought that might be good to talk about would be giving staff more training on how to talk to students who are struggling. I've found that sometimes like I just can't handle going to class because I'm like sad, or like, I don't know, if I'm like having a hard time at home or something like that, that I want to be able to tell my teachers that like I need more time on a homework assignment. And I've kind of felt like some of my teachers do understand that and some of them don't really, and some of them don't say the right things. And it makes me feel less confident about being able to talk to them. And also sometimes it makes things worse, or it makes me feel more like unhappy or whatever. So I would really appreciate if you guys were able to do that. And that's all I have.
Thanks, Mark.
Lucy Augustin, to be followed by Diane Gleason, to be followed by Fred Radford.
Hi, I'm Lucy. I'm a sophomore at Gunn. I'm personally in a zero period, and I'd just like to add to all the anecdotal evidence that's been presented. It has helped reduce my stress load. I'm in a lot of sports, and having the prep during the day, I don't actually have a G prep, I have a prep during the day, and that prep has actually forced me to kind of be in a school environment where I have to be doing homework, whereas even if I'm at home, or if someone tells me to get up early and do my homework then, the academic environment of the library or the AC has just really made me a lot more on track. I think I'm a lot more focused this year than I was last year. And I'd also like to say thank you to everyone who has spoken, everyone who hasn't spoken, for your support. And then I'd like to, one last thing, the WASC accreditation report. I have a press release from the school district. I'd like to highlight a few things. First, one of the things WASC praised was that Gunn provides a wide range of academic and elective courses from which students can choose. And one of the things that's really important to me about zero period is that I had to choose to take it. I had to get approval, and that helped me to balance my schedule a lot better. No one has to take zero period. I'm not taking zero period to get 8 classes. I'm taking zero period so I can choose to have more control over my schedule. And then one more thing from the WASC report is that they want us to improve attention to student voices on school-wide decisions. I think what a lot of people have already said, a lot of what I was going to say already about how we feel like we weren't consulted, how we feel like people are giving us things or assigning characteristics to the average Gunn student, or talking about the 25% of students at Gunn who are depressed without actually asking them what would help them. So,
Thank you. Diane Gleason, to be followed by Fred Radford, to be followed by Ethan Stiedenberg.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to speak. The students have been incredibly eloquent. I'm sure I'm not going to be as eloquent, but I'll go for it. Okay, so you've heard over and over again the zero period actually solves the stress problems. And it kind of feels like eliminating zero period is kind of like a desperate attempt to put Band-Aids and show that we're doing something about preventing future suicides. And as you can hear, the students are benefiting from zero period. It's reducing stress. If we remove that option because we're so afraid that zero period is going to cause one kid to go over the edge, but then meanwhile we're hanging out 200 students to dry. You know, what's about their stress level? Why aren't we considering their stress level? As the students were very eloquent about the studies, about kind of cherry picking and about statistics, my statistics students looked at some of the statistics that were provided by some of the members here, and they are they're passing AP statistics with flying colors.
I want to see what they
So
wrote.
another thing is that by removing zero period, we're telling the students that they cannot make responsible decisions. We're also telling their parents, because the parents are in on it. The parents know their students are taking zero period. They're part of that decision. We're also telling their parents that their parents can't figure out how to help their students, that their parents are not responsible. We're telling a whole group of parents, 400 parents, that they aren't smart enough to take care of their students' needs. Kind of wonder about that. So thank you very much.
Fred Radford, to be followed by Ethan Seidberg, to be followed by Michelle Zhang.
So first of all, I'm not here to talk about zero period. However, is this an amazing turnout or what? I mean, really,
yeah.
It's amazing to have such a supportive community and student faculty. So what I am concerned about, though, is my son is in middle school, and he's starting to face these same exact issues that we're talking about with zero period, that the article with Carolyn Walworth posted, as well as the Save the 2008. And all of these concerns are starting a lot earlier than the high school level. And one of Dr. McGee's last emails was saying one of his personal goals is every student should have every day filled with hope and promise, with space to breathe, reflection, and discover joy. And that is not my son's experience at all. His day is just filled with stress and doubt and confusion. And so if he's doing that now, and we're dealing with we're talking about these issues, as he goes into 8th grade and 9th grade, I just implore you to look at all the students, not just the top end that want to have zero period, or the bottom end that need IEPs, but the entire student body. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Thank you. Ethan Seidenberg, to be followed by Michelle Zhang, to be followed by Mark Vincenti.
Hi there, my name's Ethan Seidenberg, and I have a very simple point to make about zero period. And it's almost been said before, but I think it is worth reiterating. And that's that I do agree I would function better with more sleep. And I think personally, based off the not mandated, but average recommended amount of sleep for a teenager, in my own personal opinion, no, I don't get enough sleep. However, you guys have cited many sources that say, obviously, that yes, students would function with more sleep, but there is no clear correlation between zero period and a lack of sleep, which is clear by the fact that no study has been done that has cited any correlation between this. So, in fact, many people, as you will see in a moment from various studies, say that taking zero period actually increases their sleep because they are able to get most of their homework done ahead of time, and thus they have more time to sleep at night. So really my only point is that when making a decision that influences students, there should be a study very specific to the students about the conclusions. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Michelle Zhang, to be followed by Mark Vincenti, to be followed by Chloe Sorensen.
I really appreciate what you had to say, Dr. McGee, and I really do believe that you specifically and board members do want to help us, and I really appreciate that, and I think all the students appreciate that. Also, I just wanted to bring up me, Chloe, and another student of ours, Josh Wilson, started a Tumblr page called My Voice Matters, and it has photographs of students who kind of in a picture summarize all of the anger and frustration that we feel in a much more positive light. So I'll recommend you look at that just so that you don't have to keep hearing the same words over and over again. I also wanted to bring up the fact that teachers really feel left out of this conversation. I have had a number of teachers tell me specifically, please speak up because I feel like I can't. And I think that it's really important that if you ever make any more decisions that you talk to them personally and not just wait for them to send you an email about something that they're concerned about. I would also like to bring up that, I mean, similarly to what everyone has said, students feel left out, and I know that you don't want to leave us out, and I know that you are trying to make the effort to listen to us. I am in student government, and I really appreciated that school board members have come to talk to us multiple times. However, it is not just the act of talking to us and hearing us, it is the act of actually taking into consideration what we have said. And I think that is where the disconnect is. So I implore you to actually do something about what we have to say, and if you can't, tell us why, because we don't know why you aren't listening to what we have to say. Lastly, I just want to bring up that more options are better than less options in all respects, and that although stress reduction is very important in this community, it is more important that we focus on how to manage stress, because in the end, stress can never actually be eliminated as a whole. And we are high school students. Of course, we are going to be stressed out sometimes. So I think it is very effective if we look at more measures or more policies that will give us better stress management as opposed to just taking it out of our lives. Thank you.
Mark Vincenti, to be followed by Chloe Sorensen, to be followed by Nikhil Ghosh.
Hi, I'm Mark Vincenti, and I'll be your speaker number 16 out of 24 tonight. I taught English at Gunn for 15 years, and I'm a founder of the community initiative Save the 2008. Right now, I feel encouraged about life for our high schoolers, but we have a great deal more to do, and it can't be done without your help. I feel encouraged because in the past month, for the first time I can remember, you've turned your attention to an everyday, day in, day out, day after day reality of school. And by that, I mean 0 period. It's not an intermittent thing, as guidance advisory would be, or an occasional thing, like a civil rights violation, or a once-a-year thing, like winter break. Those things matter, but they aren't at the bullseye of high schoolers' daily life. 0 period, like other weekday facts on the ground, belongs to that category of things that, if they changed, most benefit our students. Similarly, if you wanted to hugely improve, say, the life of an office worker, you might take away that person's daily, twice a day, rush hour commute. You'd change a key fact on the ground. Well, you've done that now in a model, expeditious way, with a board member putting the issue on the table, a healthy debate here and online and in the press, students weighing in with passion and intelligence, experts weighing in, a decision almost made, and school life reshaped. All of this has been well done, and I especially commend Mr. Dauber for his role and his initiative. I feel encouraged, but there's still much to do, further changes we must make to daily existence in school. Such changes are spelled out by Save the 2008, which proposes real Monday through Friday relief for our kids, freeing them even further from sleep deprivation and also from overcrowded classes, cell phone distraction, continual grade reports, and cheating. Sophomore Martha Cabot and I have brought this plan to the table, and it's time for you to put it on the agenda. Yesterday's center spread in the Palo Alto Daily Post wasn't exactly 95 theses nailed to a cathedral door, but it was 256 signatures asking you for a little reformation. So many signers, in fact, of this open letter in support of S2K8, that there was no room for their credentials. And so to bring their voices into the room, I'll rattle off what facts I can until the beeper beeps me. Among the signers are district teachers with well over a century of combined experience, 6 therapists, 3 rabbis, a Skadden Arps attorney who educates gun students about cyberbullying, a local psychiatrist whose advice, keep calm and parent on, recently went international, an Academy Award-winning filmmaker, a former Stanford dean, a gastroenterologist at PAMF, a nationally recognized expert on school crisis and suicide intervention, a high school nurse, a director of social and emotional learning at the Girls.
Thank you very much. Chloe Sorensen, to be followed by Nikhil Ghosh, to be followed by Maya Sankar.
Hi. Before I begin, I would like to personally thank Dr. McGee, Miss Caswell, Miss Godfrey, Miss Townsend, and Miss Emberling for basically communicating with me regularly over the past few weeks. I know that you guys are listening to me, so I would like to use this time to address the community as well as Ken Dauber, because I think you're the only board member I haven't talked to yet. So as time goes on and more decisions are made, I've become increasingly aware of the disconnect between my school and the Palo Alto community. Since November, we have been grieving. Yet since November, we have been bombarded by demands for change from the community. These positive changes have been coming from the outside rather than the students and staff at Gunn. Students and staff are the two largest stakeholder groups in this district, and yet they are not an active part of the decision-making process, and their voices are not being heard. This is a major issue. There is so much you do not see from the outside. You may have a medical degree. You may have raised plenty of children. You may have even taught at a school just like Gunn, but you will never have the same kind of first-hand experience as the students and staff. You do not see what goes on inside our classroom walls, and there's no denying that. You do not seem to see our undying positivity, unity, and support for one another. You do not seem to see our grieving or our healing. So it makes sense that you cannot see what we really need. You do not see that your positive changes are actually increasing stress in many students and making us feel powerless and alone. You do not see that the one thing we need is to be heard and to know that we have your support. You are blind to the truths of Gunn High School, and yet you block out the people who know them so well. The group of young, intelligent, and passionate individuals sitting behind me are all desperately trying to be heard. We feel blocked out and alone, and we're losing hope every single day. We've had doctors come talk to us saying that it's simply science, but then they're unable to explain how it applies to our school. It's clear that they do not fully understand our situation. One of the pediatricians I talked to at school the other day admitted to me that their data is inconclusive and that she was not comfortable making conclusions. Yet they have more power than any of the students or staff simply because of a title and a list of statistics. I'm tired of sitting in the middle of a political battlefield. The community pressures the professionals pressure the district, and the district pressures us. It's an endless cycle that repeats again and again and again, and students always end up on the bottom. It's time for us to work together. I'm tired of waiting, and my peers are too. We need your support, your time, and an open mind. Show us that we're all in this together. Thank you.
Nikhil Ghosh, to be followed by Maya Sankar, to be followed by Grace Park.
Thank you. My name is Nikhil Ghosh, as you've just heard. I'm a junior at Gunn High School, and I have several things to say, but I'll preface this just by addressing some of the previous speakers. First of all, I would love to thank all of the Gunn High School students that I see before me right now for coming and devoting your time. I know I, for one, have a ton of homework due tomorrow, but
Better not, yeah.
I'm postponing it. This is worth it, in my opinion. I would just like to address what Mr. Vincenti, the founder of Save the 2008, said earlier. He mentioned the office worker conundrum to reduce his 2-hour commute time in order to reduce his stress. Well, for several of my friends, a few of them who are sitting right there, zero period does reduce their commute time.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
So there you have that. Now, the bulk of what I wanted to say was considering one of the parallels that's been drawn before me countless times, interestingly enough, by the administration, by board members. It's the parallel between zero period and depression and suicide. I don't remember her name, but during the brown bag lunch at our school, I think it was last week, with Dr. McGee, someone said 25% of the students are depressed. Now, I'm not challenging that, but there's an undeniable lack of correlation and causation between zero period and student suicide. What Dr. McGee addressed as the two main reasons under zero period were the lack of sleep and the academic stress. I'll break that down for you. First of all, from the lack of sleep, I don't take zero period, so I can't give a personal example, but there have been countless anecdotes referencing students whose friends take zero period and how they're always more organized and have a better control over their schedule, and in many cases do get much more sleep. One of my friends goes to bed at 9 or 9:30 every night. Wish I could say the same for myself. I don't take zero period, go figure. Now, for academic stress, I'm not sure who mentioned this earlier, but I definitely heard it. It's that we do have a limit on the number of classes you can take, the number of academic classes you can take. If a student were to take chem or trig in zero period, that's one less class they're taking during their regular school day. Therefore, it doesn't really give you an edge in terms of competing with your peers. It gives you more control and lets you have more of a grasp on what you do, not you versus your peers. Now, I know that there's been a lot of parent outcries regarding zero period, but a lot of these are based on cherry-picked data. There's the key element of choice that was mentioned earlier, and that's just something that I feel everyone needs to consider because it's something that's been overlooked a lot. Now, you say you have the students' best interests at heart, but instead of not listening to us on this topic, you could listen to us on a lot of other topics, one of which that I heard mentioned was test stacking. Right before spring break, on a Thursday, I took 6 tests in one day. It was pretty hard. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Maya Sankar, to be followed by Grace Park, to be followed by Stephanie Compton. You're on.
Hi, I'm Maya Sankar, and I was worried about the zero period decision because I felt like it would actually be detrimental to the health of the gun students. So over the last 4 days, I surveyed more than 300 of my peers, with 99 responses from students in zero period and 213 from students not in zero period. And I'd like to share some of the results. So one of the questions I asked was about sleep. How much sleep do you get on average? And I was frankly startled by the results. My survey showed that zero period students actually get half an hour more sleep than the students not in zero period, 7.8 hours to 7.3 hours. And I feel like taking away zero period for sleep is not solving the brunt of the problem. I agree that we have a sleep problem, but zero period is not the way to solve it. I also asked students about their current stress levels on a scale from 0 to 5. And asked zero period students based on prior experience what they estimated their stress level would be had they not chosen to take a zero period class. Here again, the results were overwhelming, even when I controlled for things like number of AP classes and grade level. Students with zero period were on average about 1 point less stressed than students who were not in zero period. However, students in zero period said that they estimated they would be 1 point more stressed than students not in zero period if they did not have their zero period class. Dr. McGee said at the brown bag lunch that he hoped that the zero period decision would not increase stress. I'm here to tell you that I believe it will, and I'm sure many of my peers believe this as well. Furthermore, a comment was made on the silent 25% of depressed students at Gun. My survey showed that 8% more students are depressed out of non-zero period students than are out of zero period students. So if you're trying to solve the depression problem, I agree it's a problem, but it's not correlated with zero period. I clarified another misconception. I asked if students had taken zero period to gain an edge in the academic competition. Here again, the results were overwhelming. Over 90% of students said that it was false. I also asked whether zero period impacted students' lifestyles positively, and only 4 students who made a choice to take zero period said that it had made their lives it had impacted their lives negatively. And only 5 said they wouldn't retake zero period to 77 who would. Please give us back our academic zero periods. The numbers cannot be ignored, and you may conduct your own similar surveys to verify them. 79% of zero period students said that zero period positively impacted their lifestyles. Even more overwhelming numbers by Chloe's survey and by mine said that students want to keep zero period. We need more data. We cannot rely on the pediatrician's data because, as Chloe said, it's not tailored to Gun. If you want to make a decision and to base it on data, please first make surveys out of the Gun students. Today we have shown that zero period is going to be bad for the majority of Gun students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Grace Park, to be followed by Stephanie Compton, to be followed by Ben Lee.
So 3 minutes is far too short a time for me to explain all the thoughts that have been racing through my head since really last November, but I'm a debater and I'm also a gun student, which means contrary to popular belief, I do know how to budget my time. So in debate, there's something called framework, and it's basically a set of priorities that are established at the beginning of the round so everyone knows what to value above all else. When a debate judge makes a decision, a ballot at the end of the round, it comes down to framework. What do we value most? Esteemed board members, I think I speak for most of the gun community when I say that our framework, what gun really and truly values, is respect of everyone, regardless of race, of age, or of status. It's respect of the power of choice. And I know you can't respond, so it's fine if you consider this a rhetorical question. But do you truly believe that you are more qualified than I am, than my family is, than my teachers are, than my peers are, and then my entire community is, who have seen me grow since I was in 6th grade? Do you truly believe that you are more qualified to decide what is better for my learning and for my health than I am? I guess the question in even simpler terms is, do you know me better than myself? And I think the answer is a resounding no, not just from myself, but also from my peers. And that is what your arbitrary and top-down decision ultimately meant for us. I've been on site council for the past 6 years. I've been on student government for the past 6 years. I was a former site council chair. Believe me when I say that I was heard. My voice as a representation of what my entire student body meant was heard, and believe me, I made sure of that. But if the question becomes, was my voice, was what I was representing, was that incorporated into decisions, and was that really reflected in the policies that are being made, then I have to say then the answer was no. And I understand, as someone who's been in a position of having to make difficult decisions, I understand that it is hard to make decisions in the scrutiny of a community that is as attentive as Guns is, as Palo Alto's is. And I respect that. I respect the choices that you've made and the things that you have tried to do. But I don't thank you for them. Because according to Guns' framework, according to what we value, which is choice and the respect of choice for everyone, that decision wasn't yours to make. Thank you.
Stephanie Compton, to be followed by Ben Lee, to be followed by Peter Hershoff.
Hi there, my name is Stephanie Compton, and I have 2 boys, one at JLS and one at Ohlone, both wonderful schools. I'm here tonight because I love Palo Alto. I grew up here. I graduated from Palo in 1982, and I've always wanted to raise my children here. But as they get older, there are times when I'm reconsidering this as the best place for us. Our community faces some very complex problems, and we know that the schools are not responsible for all of them. That being said, we feel like you can have a huge impact in the climate of our town. Specifically, be vigilant in your quest to have the homework policy implemented consistently across the district. I was overwhelmed by the amount of homework that was given to a friend's high school freshman prior to spring break. So in addition to hours of required reading and several tests to study for upon her return, one of her teachers assigned a major project that he assured her wasn't due until 2 weeks after the break, and yet he assigned it the Thursday before she was leaving. And so it's hard at that point to completely disregard that assignment when you know that in this atmosphere of peers as competitors that we've sort of created here, that you know that someone else is probably working on that while you are on vacation. So it's sort of an issue of the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law, right? Which is difficult to figure out, but important nonetheless. Next, I'd like to see the block schedule made a reality at Gun. I know it's not easy, but we don't want great to be the enemy of good. Give teachers and the administration the support and the funding that they need to make it happen this fall. We live in Silicon Valley. We've done harder things in less time. Lastly, I'd like to say thank you to you guys and to Dr. McGee for taking a stand on zero period. I know it's not popular. As unpopular as it may be, it might be the right thing for the community, and we're grateful. And to paraphrase what Tom Culbertson said a few meetings ago, be bold and be brave. Thank you.
Ben Lee, to be followed by Peter, I'm sorry, I can't really, Hershoff, to be followed by Cara Silver.
Good evening, Palo Alto School Board members, fellow students, and other community members. My name is Ben Lee, and I'm a junior at Gun. I've gone through the past 3 years without zero period. The reason for this decision is that I simply don't feel the need to take a class that early, nor do I feel like I can actually wake up that early. However, there are some, 15%, at Gunn who do indeed feel like zero period is important to their lives, or more simply, that their sleep schedule works with it. I have heard countless stories of the usefulness of zero period, as have you today, for after-school activities like jobs or taking care of siblings or riding horses, or as well as school sports. Zero period is useful for many, if not all who take it. But enough about zero period. Zero period is not the true issue at stake today. It is student choice. It is student voice. It is the role of a student body in determining their own education. Now, Mr. McGee, you are correct in that a decision has been made. A decision. I'm here because I haven't given up. These students are here because they haven't given up. Let me be clear, a decision has been made, but I refuse to let it be the last one. Mr. McGee, today you apologize to us, to our student body, for not us having been included in the discussion nor the decision-making process. Because of this acknowledgement, we ask, why not redo the process? I recall the saying, if at first you do not succeed, try again. As has been revealed to many teachers at Gunn who have told me personally, yet not so outwardly to the students, there is a reason why academic zero period has been eliminated from our schedule, and it's not about sleep. It's about Measure A. It's about politics. And as one teacher put it, it's about the bigger picture. This bigger picture that for some reason forgoes many students and teachers and both of these groups' opinions and ideas. The student body now knows that the decision was made to appease those who would not otherwise support Measure A. The student body also knows now that its educational opportunities are being used as political bargaining chips. The question that the students are now faced with is this: how can we make our voices matter when our education is being extorted? The question is a complex one, and the answer is much the same. But if there's one thing that I would like to ask of this Palo Alto School Board, is that you think deeply of how my fellow Gunn students will be affected. And as students, we hope that you will speak up with us, that you will join our voice, because more than ever, the school board and the student body need to ally. Thank you, and I hope you have a good evening.
Peter Hershoff, to be followed by Cara Silver, to be followed by Andrea Wolf.
Peter Harasoff, I teach at Gunn High School. My assumption is that the advocates on both sides of the zero period issue have the best interests of high school students at heart. I had the opportunity to listen to Gunn students when they met with our district superintendent last week, and of course today, and was extremely impressed at how well they articulated their case for maintaining the zero period option. At the same meeting, I noticed that some of the community advocates of eliminating zero period seem to be laboring under the misconception that the existence of zero period affords students the opportunity to pack another academic class into their schedule. This is false, and it should be acknowledged as false by the people who are pushing it. Students are entitled to enroll in at most 7 periods, whether they are before, during, or after the normal school day. Now, it's been mentioned, and I agree, that lack of sleep is a cause of depression. Another cause of depression is a lack of agency, and I think we've all had that experience. I want to emphasize zero period should be an option. Nobody should be forced to take zero period. One size does not fit all. From my experience as a teacher, there are more students who have difficulty focusing immediately after lunch than there are who have problems with early morning classes. Some of those who recognize that they tend to get drowsy after lunch have opted for zero period. Many of those who have listened to their body rhythms, which tell them that they are most productive and alert in the morning. Other students recognize that their minds are more agile later in the day. We should accommodate both sets of students to the extent that we can. In the same vein, there are many societies in the world which incorporate some sort of siesta after lunch. I wonder why that is. People learn best when they have some choice as to what they are learning. Students have too little choice as it is. The district should find ways of giving students more meaningful choices, whether that has to do with the requirements, the number of required classes they have, or the times that they take those classes. Students should have more elective possibilities. I should add that one of the things that makes Gunn so special is the phenomenal electives that it offers to our students. And I'm not an electives teacher. So I would urge you, even though the point was made by the last speaker that you have made a decision, that you can always change it, and I urge you to reconsider that decision.
Cara Silver, to be followed by Andrea Wolf, to be followed by Mac Radden.
You're on.
You're
You're
on.
on.
Speak close.
My husband and I moved to Palo Alto 10 years ago, primarily for the good of the schools.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
it is on.
Oh no, she turned it off when she got up.
Oh, she did? Oh. Go ahead. I work as a planning attorney for the City of Palo Alto, and I am on the board of directors for the Youth Community Service. We have 2 children in the Palo Alto school districts, one transitioning into middle school next year, and one transitioning into high school next year as well. Our children have had a remarkable experience in this school district. They currently attend Ohlone Elementary School and JLS Middle School. And we are sincerely grateful for the high caliber, dedicated, caring teachers and administrators, for the robust and stimulating academic curriculum, as well as the art, music, and social emotional curriculum that we've experienced in this school district. I am here tonight because I am concerned about the continuing stories of academic stress that I hear from my friends and colleagues in the community. I would like to make 3 points. First, I would like to thank all of you for taking on these important issues. We appreciate the community forums, the open and transparent board discussion items, and some of the changes that the district has already implemented, such as adding a connections class, and yes, such as eliminating 0 period PE. Second, I would like to see a culture shift in our district. Groups like Challenge Success at Stanford University have already documented the devastating effects to our kids if we allow the trajectory of academic stress and peer competition to continue. Much of this stress can be alleviated through simple actions, and I urge Dr. McGee and this board to continue to take actions such as preventing test stacking and limiting the number of AP classes a student can take. Finally, I would like to encourage you to keep social and emotional learning at the forefront of your agenda. Our personal experience at Ohlone has taught us that this component of education is one of the foundations for long-term learning. Focusing on grades, test scores, and bell curves should not be the measure of success. Our kids need to learn to collaborate with one another and contribute to society as a whole. Thank you. Thank you. Andrea Wolf, to be followed by Mac Radden, to be followed by Aren. Aren, you're going to have to help me with your last name. Rezagani.
Hi, I'm Andrea Wolf. An earlier commenter this evening and a few since then have alleged that Dr. McGee was railroaded into banishing 0 period by some unnamed board member who refused to back Measure A unless 0 period was eliminated. This is an outrageous allegation on many levels. It's insulting to Dr. McGee to say that he could be manipulated like this, and if untrue, it's slanderous to the unnamed board member. Although I realize that the board does not normally speak during open forum, I believe that in the interests of honesty and community building, that Dr. McGee and Ms. Baton-Caswell should speak the truth about this accusation tonight, right now. Letting this accusation hang in the air is not good for any of us in the community. students, parents, community members, workers in the district. If this accusation is true, the community should know. If it is merely slander, as I suspect it is, you should make this clear as well. I believe that Dr. McGee made this decision regarding zero period because of the large number of medical professionals in the area of sleep, study, pediatrics, and mental health, their recommendations. He and the board have bravely made the decision to drop zero period, even though they knew it would not be a popular choice. Palo Alto is in the midst of a public health crisis. Our teens are killing themselves at 6 times the national average. 6 times. According to the superintendent's notes released this evening, since you last met a mere 3 weeks ago, 4 gun students have been hospitalized and 1 Palo student has been hospitalized. We have a problem, and we need to do something about the problem. We need to try something. This is a reasonable start. I think that you all made the right choice. I would like to especially commend Dr. McGee for taking leadership in this area. We need to slow down our students' lives. We need to give them space and time to dream, to literally dream in their sleep, to consolidate the knowledge that we're giving them. Because we are in a health crisis, we need to listen to medical advice. Thank you for making this decision. I'm sure that you will all make other beneficial decisions, listening to some of the students' great ideas tonight as well. Obviously, homework policy, test stacking, etc., are some things that you need to continue to work on. But thank you all very much. And please do address the slanderous accusations made to one of you this evening. Thank you.
Mac.
Hi, my name is Mac Radin, and I'm the senior class president at Gun. So as a senior, I have no personal stake in keeping zero, but imagining my brother, who's gonna be a junior next year, who plays 3 sports, imagining him having to miss classes every week because he can't take zero is just unfathomable. Very difficult for me to imagine. I don't know how I would have been able to manage it last year. So I understand that you were going for a compromise, but the non-academic classes in PE compromise, it isn't much. Junior year is the toughest, and when zero period is most useful. And basically everyone is done with PE by then, so it really doesn't affect the people who most need it. So I have a suggestion. So to get into AP classes, you have to write an application that shows that you've actually put thought into the decision to take this class. It's like a difficult thing and a big commitment, and you want to make everyone wants to make sure that you've really thought it through. So we could have a similar application for getting into zero period that would make sure that every student that is in zero period has actually thought through their decision. So, I mean, last time I spoke at a school board meeting, I said that this zero period issue is very high profile at Gun, and that your decision on this would hold very symbolic value to the students. And it's the students' faith in, from what I see, many students' faith in the school board and honestly in their own voices is very closely tied with this decision. And while, yes, you didn't hear our voices before making the decision, I'm sure you've all heard it now. And it's not too late to make a true compromise. While it's one thing to say that you'll listen to us in the while it's one thing to say that you'll listen to us in the future, it'd be so powerful to listen to us now. If you change something now. So I implore you. Thanks. So I implore you to consider making some revision to the zero period subject. I believe that you still can. Thanks.
Aaron.
Hi, my name is Ren Raisingani, and I'm Gun Student Body President. I'm here today to talk about the abrupt removal of zero period. At the previous school board meeting, Gun students attended to voice opposition against the removal. Students expressed dismay that such a change had been discussed without them having a decision-making voice. Over spring break, students were notified that an executive decision was made by the school board to remove zero period, despite the approximate 90% opposition in Chloe Sorensen's survey, as well as the majority opposition in the math survey described by Dr. McGee. And now Olivia Elson has brought forth a new petition in which 800 students at Gun expressed their disappointment. The board has apologized profusely about not inviting students to the decision-making table. It is not enough to apologize after the fact. especially after student voice has been so blatantly disregarded. When such a decision as this one has been made, then it must be revisited, especially if so many students feel so strongly. During SEC's Monday meeting, Dr. Durbin of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation discussed the survey for the American Pediatric Foundation, the same survey that the medical professionals in this community use to justify, and from what I, as well as many other members of SEC understand, force removal of zero period. Here's what Dr. Durbin had to say, and I quote, "We are still figuring out the details on the science. The study did not address students who voluntarily requested to take an earlier period. We're still working on getting details." Dr. Durbin then said how she, as well as a few other doctors from the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, are actually calling the authors who wrote the survey because they don't completely understand the science. She also went on to later say that the study shows that later start times help students combat stress, but it still does not address the students who request earlier starts themselves. Therefore, what we're dealing with here is a study that does not address the students to which it is being applied. This conversation is no longer simply a matter of policy. It has now expanded to a matter of integrity. We're seeing medical professionals use their positions to further their political agendas, and we're seeing the board being pressured to act. I understand if lay people had come up with a survey and cherry-picked from a study, but these are people who went to medical school. These are people who write my prescription and your prescription. I think these people know exactly what they're doing. This is not a healthy, productive, or professional way to influence policy. Politics should not, ever, impede progress. This community and this school board is better than that. School board, now's the time to show the students your level of integrity. Please revisit the decision so that one can be made grounded in fact rather than opinion. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
I'm so impressed, and I mean that sincerely. Nina, you were the first speaker at the Brown Bag Lunch, and set a tone for then and all of you for this evening. I've talked a lot about learning a lot more important measures than GPA and the number of APs, and if we certainly seen that tonight. That this, I guess, is what I would call one measure of success, being able to express yourself with eloquence, with power, with sincerity, concisely, respectfully. And I mean that. A few things I want to comment on. This was an administrative decision. I said that at the outset. This was not a board decision. You know, there's a difference between policy, which is basically the why, and the administration, which is the what and the how. So I'm not going to blame any of the board members for this, and it certainly wasn't influenced by outside politics. I worked in state government for a long time, and actually left a job because of a dispute with the governor. That's how strongly I felt about it. So I appreciate Ms. Wolf's comments, but I'm not going to be swayed by political this or political that or favoritism. I'll tell you that. It was, as I said at the outset, this is a terribly difficult decision. And part of this is just based on the assumption that next year's schedule will be the same as this year's schedule. It's not. I mean, we have this Bell Schedule Committee for a reason. And there's a few other surveys that I've read. One was actually conducted by a Palo student that presented at one of the earlier gun committees about something like, and I have it on my computer, but something like 65% of the students at gun say, yeah, we'd like a new schedule. 26%, maybe yes, maybe no. Only 9% said, no, keep it the way it is. That was Jordan's survey. Cole, the first survey I received at the SEC was earlier in the year when Cole gave me his survey. So, and the biggest cause of student stress, test stacking. Test stacking. That was what I pulled that out again tonight before I came just to look at that. Something needs to be done about that. And we actually consulted with New Trier High School that has dealt with that and sent me their policies and practices. I agree completely with what you said about more meaningful choices. and that there need to be a lot more meaningful choices. And what I worry about is this has become such entrenched positions that sometimes I think, it's us or them, it's we or me. And I appreciate that you said we are, all have the student's best interests at heart, which we do. And part of that is opening space for other options, for more meaningful choices. Student raised at earlier meetings, not so much tonight, but ideas about independent study, about dealing with, how do we help the athletes with the contract BE requirement, several of the other things we talked about. And frankly, a new schedule is going to solve a lot of these problems. So, I believe in being a straight talker. So, tonight, I'm not going to change the decision. I think we really need to work together on this new schedule for next year. I think you'll have ample opportunities. That will become for the board. The board votes on bell schedules, and there'll be healthy debate, and I hope you all turn out for that as well as at the other meetings. I don't know. I don't know how to say it. I think that what you said about respect, the speaker talked about the respect, I guess that was Grace, and I can say it without even looking at my notes, as a core value. That's one of the core values that I've had, and actions do speak louder than words. And I hope the time I have spent with you, Dr. Herman and others have spent with you. I think Ms. Gleason will be the first to tell you when she wrote me a rather strident letter. My response was, let's get together and talk about it, as we did and a couple of times. And I've also asked other teachers, I'm available for them and I'm available for you because I respect you. And I apologize before. I'll apologize again for not including your voice. We can do better. We will do better. For now, the decision stands, and I think that we, unless others want to override me, but we let's figure out how to work together to get a better schedule for next year that gives students meaningful choice, that includes students in that decision making, that opens up a lot more possibilities than we currently have, even we're zero period as an academic choice still on the schedule. So I know this is hard to hear. Believe me, it's even harder to say. I didn't go into this job to be a bureaucrat and disenfranchise students. I still hear from students I taught back in 1974, and hope that I hear from you about things, the great things you've done going forward. So I'll make myself available at your convenience. Again, I'm in one of the math classes at the invitation of one of your teachers at 7:20 tomorrow. And those of you that feel they're reported about your teacher's voices not being heard, I hope that you will return to them and say, hey, Dr. McGee's going to be there tomorrow. He'll be glad to come to your house. I've been to several classes over at Palo, even got to teach a class. So I will make myself available as time allows. So thank you again for coming out. I'm really moved, and I'm just thinking, wow, it's I think you're never too old to learn, and I learned a lot tonight from you. So thank you.
But I do have a question for the president, because it is a concern to me that this isn't an open and transparent forum of which I can speak as an elected member for a community, and I can't address any of the student comments or the teacher comments or the parent comments or Mr. Vincenti's comments, no one's comments. And in my years on the school board, including Mandarin immersion, when I don't know how many, we have never been accused of not being transparent. But frankly, I'm really concerned. We promised an open debate. I don't fear a debate. We may still come down on the same side. But I am curious when we're going to have a further conversation about this. Now, that being said, I don't say that I necessarily disagree with Dr. McGee, and we may not land there, but it is of concern that we can't discuss it. And we promised we would discuss it. So how do we handle that within this school year yet? Dr. McGee, maybe you can talk about what that bell schedule timeline is, when we can have, and there was a lot of, comments about school board. The school board, we made we had no direct input in this. And you're right to question us because we're the elected officials. And, but I'm wondering, when are we going to have a little more? And again, who knows? We may land similar points. But the kids came up with some statistics and stuff that I'd like to know more about. And I'd like to know what surveys we're doing. I'd like to know more that they raised. When can I get that? And frankly, I want to hear from my colleagues. We don't always agree on things. But on the other hand,
I'm shocked to hear that from you, Camille.
but on the other hand, we generally land in a better place when we've had an open forum and discussion, and we've heard from all of you, but I'm sure you want to hear from us. So, Dr. Meagy, let me turn to you. I don't know if you've thought about this. I can't imagine I'm the only one who's been concerned about this being a little different, that we haven't had an open forum where board members can't speak on a matter so directly important to so many. So you've probably thought about that.
Madam President, I do want to remind us that we're in open forum. Maybe board operations is the right forum to have this conversation because it feels like we're extending well beyond the brief comments that the Brown Act provides for.
That may be, it's just that the whole open forum, or the whole zero period.
We say that maybe that means we're beyond the limits of the
We can talk about it in board operations. I encourage Dr. Meagy to just answer that question, and then we stop and we talk about it in open forum.
So that sounds like a reasonable.
In board operations, I'm sorry.
That sounds like real operation.
I don't know. I assume the question's about the bell schedule, right? So they had the town hall meeting last night, and again, I got over there. I had a 6:30 meeting with our enrollment management committee, a 7:30 meeting with a Chinese parent group, and got there late. But I guess there were over 100 people there last night, and had the opportunity to listen from members of the committee, provide some initial input. The schedule, the original schedule, I may ask Dr. Herman for more clarification, was that they would have their final meeting on May 5th, and that we'd,
She's in the back.
That's correct, May 5th, and that we would have some recommendation then forthcoming in May and June. So we...
would the board have input into that?
The board, of course, I said that earlier, that the bell schedule decision is a board decision.
Okay.
And so that will be multiple meetings too. That it won't be a one and done type meeting. Right? And there's opportunities for board members to attend these town halls. I mean, I know Melissa and I were tied up last night with our one other meeting anyway, but I think Mr. Dauber went last night.
I attended, and I have to say that I was amazed, and I remarked on this to Dr. Meagy at what Dr. Herman had managed to pull together in terms of leadership and gathering facilitators and students and parents. I thought it was a remarkable success.
So thank you. We're starting to go into many different topics we shouldn't go into. We can discuss the schedule at board operations. Okay, to your question.
Sure. No, that sounds
Okay.
great. As long as we spend ample time about what we talk about, when we talk about it, and in a timely fashion.
I want to thank all the community members and particularly the students for taking up precious evening time on a weeknight and for caring enough to come out and talk to us. Thank you very much. We're going to go on to our next item, which is an action discussion information item, which is probationary certified staff members.
Everybody get up and leave.
Probationary certified staff members recommended for permanent status. Thank you. And Dr. Meagy.
Good. I'm going to turn this over to our Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, Mr. Bowers, Dr. Bowers, in just a moment. But we had quite a reception here earlier this evening. We had each of the principals presented the teachers who were up for tenure and said something special about each and every one of them. And I wanted to thank the board members for coming to that. We started at 4:45 and went straight through until 6. And it was quite a special day. And we had such remarkable faculty here. And I know you were instrumental in hiring probably all of them, Scott. So let me turn this over to you.
Yes, so this is one of our very enjoyable springtime recognitions, tenure for the staff who have been with us for 2 or more years. The other one, which we'll get to a little bit later in May, will be the retirement celebration that you'll all have a chance to be there too. We recognized 67 staff members today, both administrators, counselors, psychologists, teachers, both middle school, high school, and elementary. It's definitely a fun time for all as we introduce the class of 2015. What you have before you is just the background that goes into making these decisions. They are evaluated each year that they're with us. Some of them are 2 years, some are 3 or 4, depending on when we have a true vacancy. But tonight you're simply taking action to recognize their permanent status.
Thank you very much. Well, I want to give the board members a chance to ask any questions they might have before we take action on this. We do take action tonight, and so Ms. Townsend.
I have no questions.
Okay.
No questions. I'm sorry, did you?
Don't we usually
Oh,
usually
yeah.
go this way?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I thought you said my name.
Okay. Ms. Emberling, we will come to you, I promise.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say this was an amazing event this afternoon, and it was just so inspiring to hear the instructional supervisors and the principals talk about the teaching going on in the classrooms, the excitement that the teachers bring, the lessons, the way in which our students are being taught. It's just a privilege to hear from the teachers who are working directly with our students, and you can see the results of the students that came here today and how amazing they are. I think a lot of that has to do with our fantastic teachers and teaching staff. So thanks for pulling that event together. It was just a wonderful event.
Ms. Godfrey.
It was a great event, and I'm also always happy to see folks who come back to welcome new teachers, like Principal Prain, who was my kid's principal, was here to welcome his son as a tenured teacher. A question that I had that I should have sent you earlier, I'm sorry I didn't think to do it, was I'd be interested to know the diversity of this class. You probably don't know off the top of your head, but if you could provide that later. As you know, I'm interested in the diversity of our overall teaching core, and so
I'd be happy to.
yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Mr. Dauber.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to echo my colleagues' comments. It's a major turning point for teachers that make it through the tenure process. And it was amazing to see the support they had, not just from their supervisors, but parents and kids and friends who came to support them and cheer them on. And if you have the joy of having a teacher like that teaching one of your children, I think it's a nice time to write a little note. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next. Oh yes, we have to take action.
I would
You,
love
Ms.
to
Emberling.
move. I would love to move this group to permanent status. A group of fine teachers and counselors and everybody to
Second.
Great.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Dr. Bowers. Dr. McGee, our next item is advanced authentic research.
Great, and thank you, Tabitha. Since a picture's worth 1,000 words, I thought I would put the presentation in primarily in photos. None of the information in the slideshow is new, but I hope this expedites it and shows what it looks like. So what I'd like to do tonight, because not all the board members, certainly not our 2 new board members, have really had the benefit of earlier conversations I had with the 3 previous 3 sitting board members about student research programs. And is a powerful way of teaching and learning, of connecting students with caring adults, allowing students significant choice in what they do. So what I'd like to do is present this, and this is, of course, tied to an item later for in the
Agenda.
packet, yeah, later in the agenda. So let's start. So all the photos of students are not from the internet. These are all actual pictures of real students. Some are ours, some are others.
Real students.
And so this young man is from the Midwest, kind of out in the prairie, where he's very concerned about wind energy, and did a research project. Very quiet, reserved young man who did a research project with colleagues in Beijing on designing efficient wind turbines. So we'll see more of Evan in a few moments. Anyway, what do we talk about? This is the first clause of our vision statement. As they prepare, our goal is to help students as they prepare themselves to thrive as global citizens in a rapidly changing world. We've talked about the importance of preparing students for careers that no longer exist in fields that probably have not yet been imagined. This is what high schools used to prepare students to do things like this, and accomplished readers became lectors. And that gentleman up there was reading the daily news in a cigar rolling factory, and that was a career at the time. More recently, we had something called floppy disk drives, and there used to be a whole industry around manufacturing floppy disk drives that no longer exist. So next, please. So when we talk about our vision statement, preparing students for a different world, this is what we want to do. And we cited the vision statement with our tenured teachers, our teachers who were going on tenure this afternoon. And I was very serious about expecting that they know this, not just tomorrow, but next year and throughout their career. So how can we best develop our students? What's one way we can better develop, I should say, our students' knowledge, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills, nurture their curiosity, creativity, and resilience, and empowering them to reach their fullest potential in these areas. And go ahead. And one way I think we do this is give kids the opportunity to do authentic research. Again, this young man who is at a large public university, he is not at Stanford, Harvard, or Princeton, but because of his research, he was featured on as a centerfold, I guess, in Wired magazine, Hogwarts for Hackers, and it maybe fits in with Pally's theme. And gave this, we talk about student voice, this gave this young man an incredible voice and the passion to pursue a career in sustainable energy education and a future career in sustainable energy. But let's go on. So tonight we'll talk about these the first three, and the last is for your thoughts. So let's move on and see what we currently have on the books. Currently we have about 15 juniors and seniors at Palo who work in the science research class, science research project, the SRP class. This has been offered at Palo for more than a decade, and this is what the students do. They're matched with mentors off campus to pursue work just in scientific investigations. They prepare a proposal, poster presentations, and a paper. It's a G-approved class. There are 5 credits per semester. They do take 2 semesters, and the class is graded and appears on the transcript. So this is what exists now. And so what I'm hoping we can do is, next slide please, extend, enhance, and expand this. Right now, somewhere between 15 and 30 students, depending on that enrollment, benefit from SRP every year. We want to extend this to gun. We want to extend this to disciplines outside the science field. We'll have more on that in a moment. And to an array of mentors, not just mentors over at Stanford University or in the medical profession. We want to enhance the SRP to assure students have this comprehensive research experience supplemented by classroom instruction. And that's important. In the research article that you have in there, in the conclusion, they talk about the importance of supplementing research with real science with school science. And finally, to expand SRP to include more students and more grades of more diverse interests. Again, about student choice. So there's a research base to support this. I think Charles can answer questions about how it ties to the Common Core standards and next generation science standards. In your packet, you have some of the relevant student learner outcomes of ours. And I'm not one to say research says, so I apologize if this sounds like name dropping, but I don't believe it's authentic to say, well, research says this or that. There are actual realistic citations, Wiggins and Reeves, on the importance of performance-based assessment. The students in this class do not take multiple choice tests. They do not take AP exams, I guess, unless they want to. But what they do is produce real work and a real work product to a real live audience. And you'll see that in a moment. There's a paper in here, the best I found, a meta-analysis of 20 peer-reviewed published research studies. Again, and those 20 are just on the high school research. There's more research in there on undergraduate, on teacher research projects, but I just highlighted the areas related to high school research. So let's move ahead. So the role of the mentors is really the key element here. What do the mentors do? This picture is from our spring break. This is one of our Palo students with her researcher over at National Junior College and their mentor, Mr. Fula. And what do the mentors do? Next slide, please. You can read this on your own. It is a professional who works in a lab, educational institution, really a professional. And the mentor assists the students in these 5 areas, preparing their proposal, going through the safety work, providing the academic oversight and supervision during the research project, helps the student prepare the final presentation, and provides input into the final grade and the credit. The mentors are caring adults, and I think this is important, that these mentors are not just science teachers or art teachers or journalism teachers or professionals. What we found is that these are adults with whom students connect and connect closely. And I think you had an idea about this when we had the presentation with the Palantir students a while ago, and just hearing the connection that the 3 Palantir folks had with those 14 students and vice versa is important. We just spent the last 6 days overseas, and I think these photos just kind of show that connection, that they're caring adults and also role models. And that's the next slide. That's a joke. And this is Harmon with 2 of his students, who are both Gunn High School students. Next, please. This involves having specific learning targets that really go beyond what we have now. And our teacher, SRP teacher, does a great job with the mentors, the projects, the presentations. But I do think, and I think Keith would be the first to agree with me, the students would benefit from some more specific learning targets that can be taught in the class, online. Let's look at some sample targets. And again, these sample targets are, that's the next slide. These are examples that really extend beyond science, and I won't read through all of them. And these targets, I think, this is a draft, and as we move ahead through this with a research coordinator or with teachers, these will be, I think, improved, vetted, and probably changed. But again, I think we need to start from somewhere. Mm-hmm. So these are just some basic targets, and I wrote them as I can statements as I'm working with more of the faculty in all the different disciplines. Most recently, I guess, world language. This is what we're doing. We're writing I can students. So after completing advanced athletic research, what can I do? And whether it's a project in history, in humanities, in the arts, in the behavioral sciences, the hard sciences. Let's continue. Of course, we're in an area rife with potential partners, and here's just a few. I thought it was pretty interesting. Our students, before they left Singapore, gave a presentation about their home here and what life is like in Palo Alto, and they talked about all the different companies with which they have connected in the Valley, and would fill 3 slides. So let's continue.
Did they include the zoo?
They included the zoo.
They did. Okay.
Junior Museum, yeah, and the zoo, right. Yeah. So different checkpoints along the way throughout the year for the students are these. One thing that we would be adding, ideally, again, this needs to be an inclusive process, and we're getting into the what and the how here, as the idea of keeping lab logbooks. I made the kids keep logbooks when we went to Singapore. And that's an important part of science. The idea, if they have human or animal subjects, that they have to go through an institutional review board. Currently, they don't have to do that unless it's through the research practice. But my experience with high school students is you really need to do that. In fact, if they enter competition, the ISEF competition, the Westinghouse, they do have to go through that. It's really good discipline for the students. Let's continue. They have to write an abstract. Here's one that is far beyond my understanding. I think there's a reference in your packet, a link to several others from the Illinois Mathematics and Science Academy. They have to, as these abstracts, they can be in the sciences with incomprehensible titles, but also, some different ideas of science, psychology, neuropsychology, but also the next slide in the arts. And I really want to impress upon us that this advanced authentic research is not just for hard scientists. So we want students to be able to do something that matters to them in an area that they choose, and we can help them find mentors. So you can read through this. We have performance, poetry. We have bagpipes. We have advertisements. We have the gifted minority leader. So these are just some of several examples. And I was relaying one of the best projects I ever heard a student give was an interpretation of Gravity's Rainbow. I spent a year researching that, and I tried to read that like 3 or 4 times and never got very far into it. Yeah. And hearing a junior in high school talk about that after being mentored by some English professor, I think, at Northwestern University, was really an amazing experience. And just hearing how it impacted the young man's life was impressive. And so just to close, the posters, the students prepare a scientific poster. They present these, the next slide, to faculty and outside judges. And also, keep going, please, present a formal presentation. This is Charlotte, who's a student at Palo, with her counterpart in Singapore, presenting their research just after 6 days, 5 days of lab work in Singapore. And also they, along with this, they can present their work product and in addition a required published paper. So just in closing then, the last couple photos, I think one thing that I don't want to lose is that this is fun. And this is a joyful learning experience for the kids. And Adele Block was here earlier from Palo, and who I would have asked had she stuck around to say a few words about her experience. But I think you can see that this is what lights kids up and really meaningful learning experiences. And who knows what it may lead to as the final slide: great inventions and wonderful discoveries. So thank you for listening, and I'll be glad to answer any questions about this. This is an informational item just to give people, I think, a more thorough understanding of the possibilities and potential of student research. And you are invited, as was in the packet, to hear the SRP projects this year. That's the last slide. You can just leave
So
that
this
up there.
actually should be on as an information item, not a discussion item, because we're not leading up to a vote on this item. Why don't we start with Ms. Zemberling?
Okay. Okay. So thank you for all of this information. This is exciting. I'm excited about this. I'm going to go on the 30th and see the presentation. Seems I'd like to see it in action. It's great. So I'm excited about 3 main areas about this project. One, the focus on inquiry-based learning. I think encouraging self-reflection in every class is critical to spark interest and engagement. I would love it if every teacher asked, what do you want to learn or know about this topic before starting to teach? Because I think when you have a question in mind, it makes it much more relevant in terms of your own inquiry based learning. So that's the first thing that's very exciting about this. The second thing is the promotion of authentic real-world experiences. That, I think, is so important for learning retention, for excitement, for engagement, and for all of the 4 C's that we want to encourage in terms of critical thinking and creativity and collaboration. We already do this in many areas of our school district. We have Aloni, which is a very project-based, hands-on experiential learning model. We have our Connections program, which does these sorts of authentic research projects in terms of their, what do they call them? The ropes projects at the, right, sort of the capstone project for students there. And I could see the application of this for every student to graduate with this sort of capstone authentic process. So that's the third thing, is the opportunity to create a project that you can be proud of and leave with that experience. So those are the three things I'm really excited about: inquiry-based learning, authentic real-world experience, opportunities for this capstone project. So the concerns or questions that I have are, one, I am very cognizant of this not being a stress reliever, not a stress enhancer or stress inducer. Yeah, I want the project to be something interesting, meaningful, that sparks a love of learning, lifelong learning. I don't want it to be another thing that students have to do to finish school. And I'm concerned, and I know that's more in the how it's implemented, but that's just a concern I have in terms of adding something on top of what we're doing. I'd like this to spark internal conversations about our teaching and about how we want students to draw connections between their experiences in life and what they're learning in a textbook. So to that extent, I would like for this to spark those kinds of conversations across all levels. So I'm hoping that that's, and I'm sure that's your intention, but that's one of my concerns. The other thing that I'm concerned about is widening the opportunity gap.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make sure that this is accessible to all, and that it's accessible to every student regardless of ability or disability, and also with gender. I find, I read your nice article that you added, thank you. It says, they found that students of color were every bit as immersed in the culture of science as their peers within the program. However, women reported significantly less involvement than their male counterparts. So it says you have to highlight the need for explicit attention to the patterns of your target groups. So for me, that's critical. I want to make sure, before this begins, and I know you're just laying this out now and we're just talking about it, so that's great, but I'd really like to see those targets and how that will be incorporated. And the thing about the stress, I've had another quote from your article. It says, some high school students struggle to understand the high-level research science. In the words of one participant, I feel like a kindergartner trying to learn calculus. If I understand 50%, that may be overstating it a bit. Mm-hmm. So we laugh here when you're talking about, well, I don't really understand this abstract.
I don't.
But you don't. But that is a barrier, possible barrier. So I, again, don't want this to be above and beyond what we're looking at here. Right. I'd like it to encourage inquiry-based learning, authentic real-world experiences, all for that, all for the project, and having a senior project, investing a year in researching something. It's great, and we'll be talking about that. I see Hillary McDaniel back there ready to talk just about this. Yeah. And I'll talk about everything I learned while following her high school students around Greendale later when she comes up here. But so I'm very excited about the opportunities, and those are my concerns at this stage, high level.
Right.
That's what I wanted to share.
You know, board members, I'm realizing that our student is sitting here, and I don't know how much longer we're going to have her at the meeting, and I'd really like her to opine in on this. Are you okay with breaking the flow?
absolutely.
Yes. Okay. And Rose.
Okay. Well, this sounds awesome. I'm a little bit sad I'll be graduating. I do know that at least the college I intend to attend next year, they have programs like this. This is the way of education. You do something, you work with a professor, you do research, you intern. That's kind of how you learn and you get real skills. I also know from my peers, and I think people discuss this at student forums, is this idea of we have a lot of emphasis put on the sciences and math, and I think this sounds like a great way to really expand that and allow kids to study and learn and research what they want to research. And I think this is a great way for students to really follow a passion and be supported by their school with that. So I think this sounds like something that's going to be great. I do worry, as Ms. Townsend put it, about the opportunity. Oh, not Miss Townsend. I'm so sorry, Miss Emily.
I might have said the same thing.
Yeah, you just combine. You switch places.
That's fine.
But about who would be allowed in, and then about the ability once you are in, would you be able to keep up? But hopefully this would be open to all students because it sounds like a wonderful learning experience. A little bit sad I won't be able to participate in.
As am I.
Yeah.
You will have many authentic.
Yeah, that's for
Do you
sure.
have some questions that you'd like to?
I'm not sure at this stage. I think when it is a bit more solidified, I'm sure there would be lots of questions about some specifics. You know, how you would get in, how you would select students, where they would be going, and I think that would probably be the job of a future board representative, or maybe later on this year.
And that will involve a lot of faculty members in
Yes.
that discussion. So but I will address the gender piece. I think most of the presenters next week are girls, and actually 7 of the 11, or well, 8 of the 12 kids I'm working with are young women. So
When you walk around to some of our higher level math or engineering classes, you see a lot of boys.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Before we move on, one thing that Rose shared with me and Dr. McGee was a program that she had heard about in Scarsdale.
Oh, yes.
And I think it would be helpful for her to share that with us.
I know about this because my family's from Scarsdale. Is my mom still here? Yeah. Okay. She came.
Hi, Mom.
But this was something that my older cousins got to participate in, and it was about this time of year, the last quarter for the seniors. Scarsdale is a train ride away from Manhattan, so they had many opportunities. It's also, when they talk about how much you invest in your students, they're slightly higher on that list than we are, and that is quite a bit higher. And they allow their students to work. They don't really attend school. They do an internship and a project, and very similar to this, but really the end of year project for them is just this last quarter once they've really completed school, being able to do that. Do you have more information than I do, Mom? There we go.
The reason I'm asking her to share this with you is the way we're doing this right now, the SRP, it's a class. But there are other models to enable students to do this kind of thing, and there are other districts doing other models. And I think it would be helpful for us to see some of those other models and hear about them. Anyway, it's not my time to talk, so let's go to Ms. Godfrey.
Thank you, Liz. Thanks. Okay, so I have a couple of sort of logistical questions I didn't quite get out of this, and then some comments. So we're currently at 15 to 30 students. Is that what you said? So
yeah.
What do you envision? How many students would you envision servicing each year?
You know, it's going to take time. I hope every student would take the opportunity to do this. But that's really, I don't have that kind of detail yet. I mean, there's just so much more
Just scope.
to do before.
100, 10, 50, 300?
He said every.
Every. Okay.
That would be my preference. Frankly, I think it's good for. I think every student would benefit from this.
Okay, so
But that's probably not realistic.
So when you're
there's
thinking of
capacity
one,
issues,
a
right?
one coordinator,
And there's budget issues, right?
yeah, when you're thinking of one coordinator, you're thinking of like a ramp up.
Exactly.
Person to ramp
and
up.
to help this, and to explore different models and really to start working on what and how with faculty members, with community members, with students.
And so the way you've seen this model work, they're engaged with a mentor or set of mentors over the course of the year. And the mentors, is there any trouble keeping the mentors engaged? And I say that as a person who's hired many interns in my life.
Yeah.
Having an intern for 10 months is tough.
First of all, we have there's a training. We have training for the mentors too, and sign-offs and that, and also things like the checks and the for the going through the what do you call it, personnel checks that we all have to make sure they're okay to work with children.
Okay.
Let me put it that
Yeah,
way.
it's more like sort of keeping them engaged for
right,
10 months
right.
and making sure that we haven't sent a kid into a situation where they're going to languish a little bit.
And sometimes I mean, it does happen sometimes.
Why are you saying 10 months? Was that in here, 10 months?
Or 9 months, however long.
Whatever.
they're-
I mean, it could be a quarter. You
it
don't
could be
know.
a quarter.
Right.
I thought it was a year-long program. I thought it was a year-long.
It's a year-long program, but it doesn't mean they work with a mentor every day or even once a week. Sometimes it's and you'll hear this from the kids. I mean, they'll do an intense period maybe for 3 weeks, or maybe they'll do it once a week, but they really work with the mentor.
Okay, so the
on that
experience
time.
is the whole school year, but
Right.
they don't spend necessarily the whole school year with that particular mentor.
They don't switch mentors. They have one mentor for the year, but it doesn't mean it's every Wednesday necessarily at 2:00.
So
I
sounds
want
like
to
people
just ask a question.
Yeah.
Are we
That specific.
stuck
Yeah,
on that
no.
specificity? The reason I asked Rose to share the Scarsdale thing is there are many models for this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
which is
so-
why I think we need another reason we need a coordinator, and that's what I
Yeah, I mean,
mentioned
this is a
is
pretty
to really
specific
help
model.
flesh out
You've-
specifics, right?
Okay.
Right.
So in
This is
general,
kind of the why for why even have student research, right? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
but for me, the why is giving students a real world experience, which may or may not include research, which
Right.
may include, being an intern at Cantor Arts Center because art history is their thing.
Right.
And there may be no research involved at all. So for me, the why is getting our kids out into the greater world before we send them out into the greater world.
Right.
And so research isn't actually the anchor for me.
Okay.
So as we discuss this going forward,
Mm-hmm.
if it's other things they do that gives them the same sort of collaboration
Right.
and learning and experience in the wider world, I'd be perfectly happy with that.
Authentic learning, okay, right.
I think there's a bias towards research because there's so much cool stuff to research in the world.
Yes.
But that doesn't actually that doesn't actually scratch my itch necessarily. It's the wider world experience.
point.
So that's it for me.
Oh, Mr. Dauber.
So I'd like to understand first where you think we are in the process of curriculum development and board approval here. So I'm trying to understand just what the status of this is, when you would expect the board to be acting under, I think it's BP 6141 to approve a curriculum, where you think we are in that process.
So I think we're ways off. So first of all, and there's a question of whether this is brand new or whether it's really just it's already on the books. It's already actually G approved course. So is it brand new? No.
I see.
Is it? Excuse me.
So I see. So you're. So go ahead.
So yeah, it's the idea of expanding, enhancing, extending what we have, right? Making it better. That being said, I think that's one reason I want to have somebody in charge of this, to look at different models, to look at research versus internships, and really spend some time working internally to come up with a concrete pilot, a concrete recommendation. But I don't see it right now as a whole new curriculum. Yeah.
In terms of now, and I'm following up really on Ms. Godfrey's question, trying to understand. It's I'm looking at a puppy. How big is the dog going to be? Might be one way to think about it.
Yeah, I know.
And so
there's no such thing as a free puppy.
Right.
Right. So, what's your help me to understand a little bit about the sort of teaching cost in a model like this,
Right.
as compared to a typical class, and how our teaching resources. I'll talk about this. It's a little impersonal, but how our teaching resources might scale, or might need to scale in order to meet this.
So this, right now I think the largest class has been somewhere in the upper 20s, and right now it's a smaller group of 15, and that's a manageable number for one teacher, to help the kids work with the mentors, teach them some of the scientific process of the classroom. So and it would ideally be an elective course. I mean, that's a whole different conversation later if this becomes a requirement or not. But it's so I don't see that really as any different. Maybe the class size somewhat lower, Mr. Dauber. I've personally worked with 14 students at once, and that's a lot. And even when they team up on projects, it's a lot. So it probably is more labor. It is not probably. It's more labor intensive than a normal class, but not by a whole lot.
Well, what's our current average class size, I guess, in high school?
I'm going to look back to our principals, 24, 28. Yeah.
28. So 14 is a lot, but so could we say that this is about half as efficient in terms of teaching resources as a typical high school classroom?
I don't know if I'd use efficient, because frankly, I think you get a lot more bang than the buck doing this kind of work than just a regular class. So, but for labor.
Well, in
costs,
terms
yeah,
of
yeah.
I mean, yes, I certainly understand the pedagogical value. I'm sort of, I mean, you should hear my comments as kind of granting the pedagogical value and being excited. I mean, I shared Ms. Emmerling's excitement about the pedagogical value and the importance of engagement and authenticity, and the lack of it in a lot of our. When I say our, I don't mean necessarily just Palo Alto, but our typical high school model, teaching model. On the other hand, we have limited resources, and if we're talking about classes that are twice as expensive on a per student basis to run, then we have to understand whether that's a model that we can actually scale out. I mean, I've heard Ms. Caswell talk about this in terms of our Mandarin immersion and other kinds of programs, is that it's hard for us to sustain in equity terms and in resource terms programs that don't. Yeah, I'm not going to. I don't want to get into Mandarin. Believe me, I'm trying to win my way through thickets here. So if we were to scale this up to, I mean, when you say every student, I think that's probably hyperbolic. Right?
Very much so, but it's,
So, but if we were talking about a few hundreds of students a year, that might already have an impact on our teaching cost structure. So that's my.
Sounds like that's your concern.
That's a concern that I'd like to hear some thoughts on because of my puppy dog analogy. Because
it's a really valid question. And I think it's something that needs to grow, and every year it becomes part of the budget. How many of the how much can you afford? How many kids can you place? There's capacity issues on the outside world too. So, yeah, what would be an ideal number? I mean, so my past experience, we've run about probably a maximum of 300 students per year.
About 300 students per year.
Yeah.
So I can't really do this on the back of the envelope, but I'll have to think about that number.
And there again, there's other models too. So I think I responded from the SRP model. I'll tell you that I don't know what the Scarsdale model costs. I think we could find out. But
I would certainly find it useful to have some sense about what would the
I can find
impact
out
be,
more on
and
that, sure.
and because that impact is going to be represented if we don't increase our teaching staff
Right.
in larger classes or less classes or some, well,
Yeah.
both.
We don't
probably.
want to increase class size.
Right, and so I would like to understand kind of what the impact of it is in those terms. I think that would be helpful. And that, I'd also like to hear your thoughts about alternative ways of addressing the benefits of getting more engaged, authentic
Right.
learning that might have a different model than this quite individualized model.
Right,
I mean,
right.
what are the alternatives, and might some of those alternatives be more cost efficient given our resources?
Right. So right. You work in teams. I know that's one where you have one of the abstracts we had up there were 3 students on a project. I know our partner school in Edina. What do they take? I'm looking back at Denise and Kim. They take 9 days or 3 weeks, or what do they take for the 3 weeks for their seniors? And they do an intense project there. So, there's again different ways to do this.
Okay.
I don't think I answered your question.
No, I'm given this sort of early stage of this, I'm trying to understand in part whether the goal that you're articulating is best met with the direction that you're suggesting, given the resources that we have. So, if I go back to that, 300 students a year per high school, say?
Probably overall,
okay, so 300 students a year per high school, or 300 students a year, 15 students per section. That's 20 sections. That's 4 full-time teachers. Is that right? That would be devoted to doing this? There's people back there who are far better at this. Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
But that also means they're not taking something, right?
Right.
After this, they're not taking something else. So.
Right. So 20
So I
sections.
can do the mathematics right
20
now.
sections would at a cost that we would typically be paying for 10 sections.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we would stay at a higher level here and ask things. This obviously is a concern that you have, and I think it needs to be noted, just like Ms. Godfrey had some concerns that she wanted noted. But I don't think Dr. McGee is stuck on a very specific model, but if he is, maybe he needs to tell us that.
Well, I'm thinking I would be less concerned about this discussion that we're having if we weren't facing another item later on in the evening that has a substantial expenditure associated with it. Because the question in my mind there is, are we ready to commit to the level of expenditure for a coordinator that Dr. McGee is looking for? And so that's why I'm interested in these questions of feasibility, right? Are we ready to invest at the level that Dr. McGee is suggesting, given the prospects for this? So that's really that's the concern that I have that's underlying this. I understand what you're saying. At some level, there's a disjuncture between the questions that I'm raising and the level of ambition and also abstraction that Dr. McGee is operating at. But I'm trying to understand how am I going to. So that's really the item that's behind this. It's not this item so much as the next item that my mind is that I'm thinking about. So another question that I have, Dr. McGee, is about the disciplines.
Right.
And you have said we're talking about a course that's currently being run by a science teacher and a science, right? But you've talked about this as spanning a whole bunch of disciplines, which I guess suggests that this isn't necessarily going to fit in the existing curriculum or course, since that's kind of homed in a science course, but maybe not.
Right.
How do you think that will affect the kind of scaling up of this? Do we expect there to be, for example, an equally a sort of a distributed demand of this across all these
No,
disciplines?
no,
or what's your
it's
thought?
something again, this is so far down
Down the road.
into what ifs. It's I don't even know.
Okay.
I
Well,
mean,
I-
think
then I
there's
won't press you on that.
So
That-
there's
that's
two. So there's two students who want to do an art project. A teacher's not going to have a whole release period to work with two students.
Yeah. Okay.
So
that
there's
is.
probably a way to figure that out, but I don't have it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I do. I'd be glad to share it, but that also involves some things like unions and working conditions. I mean, but
Okay, so that's really not a fair question to point to you two. So I just have one more question, and then I'll
Yeah.
and let's see, what was that?
Once I question I had.
Yeah, it was a really important question.
We can come back.
Yeah, I might need to come back to that.
why don't
Yeah,
we do
let
that?
me yield, and then if I can.
Ms. Townsend.
Okay. I was intrigued with
I'm going to hand those down.
Ms. Emberling's capstone project, focusing on that, and I quickly looked up the definition. Capstone experience is a multifaceted assignment that serves as a culminating academic and intellectual experience for students, typically during their final year of high school or middle school, a learning path. So most are long-term investigative projects with a final project, performance, presentation, select a topic, profession, and social problem. I mean, looking at Ed Glossary, we're not breaking new territory here.
This is.
We are.
That's right. It's been
we
done
are,
before.
but it's been
Right.
done before. So, I mean, the questions by my colleagues, I really appreciate. Kind of off a comment Mr. Dauber made last meeting on this about, I was intrigued with the notion of courses bubbling up, and we have all these new courses that are created by teachers who are excited about them. My sense, it triggered a thought that the position that you're kind of looking would coordinate with, well, I don't know, maybe so,
different departments,
would
right?
coordinate with the different departments
That's
to
exactly right.
allow for that bubbling up. Because if it's in all these, technical, music, arts, some coordinator of these different teachers, it would be a way to help them as well to expand. So combining the two, I don't think you can do one without the other, probably.
I don't think you can either.
Right.
Yeah.
So when one works on a model, working that, that's what I saw this person doing, perhaps having some of their own students, but really I thought it is more a way to pull
Tracking all the mentors.
Gun
right, yeah.
and Pally mentors. I mean, often we have been criticized not only as a district, but schools in general have been criticized with not giving some real world experience. And I hate to say that when I went to law school, that was true as well. We took great lectures and fascinating material, but most people got out and they wouldn't know how to walk into a courtroom, so there was so the idea of having a capstone project or some tangible evidence of this process at the end, I think is important. And I know I heard Ms. Godfrey, maybe that wasn't hers, it was more the experience itself, which is important, but I just think too, it's very, people are proud when they look back on it. I remember a physics project in the past. Students would do these physics projects with 2 or 3 other students, and really there was a lot of complaint that you'd have to coordinate all these students, but they did. Somehow they did it, but it was a little stressful. But they came out at the end of the physics project with this project manual compiled by 3 students, and they all wrote about it on college apps plus on the process and the interaction of the kids with each other. I, as a parent, thought that was fantastic. If there are other ways we can do that in terms of arts and music and social programs, they talk about working with legislators and coming out with capstone projects, designing projects, interning at nonprofits, your zoo. There are just so many wonderful ways this could grow. that I'm excited about the idea. I don't believe that you have enough bandwidth in your own office to do this all. I know you can't. Well, I know you don't. I know you don't. But that you're a visionary enough to help us with this, I really do appreciate. I told you this before, that sometimes sometimes some of the ideas do have to come from the top. And if you can bubble up and top down and come out with and come out with something for students, I would be really excited about it. Yeah, interesting, meaningful. Love that. I'd like to know what other models there might be. I appreciate Rose and Ms. Baton-Caswell talking about the Scarsdale project. I don't know if you can do 3-week projects or 4-week projects. Is there a way? I mean, talk about scheduling. Are there ways to mold a semester in such a way that, maybe not quarters, but I don't know, is there a way to meld this in a way that would give kids the opportunity to do this? That's a lot of work. We're maybe too far ahead of where you're at, but I love the idea and having something tangible. It's kind of like kids coming out of at Palo, it's glass blowing, having this tangible project after year, thinking up the concept of what they want to do, the tangible, how you make it. So we have some of this in the arts. The kids put together their portfolios in order to present it to college. They have a tangible outcome. Building on that would be great. I think you do have to spend money for people to envision this, but I do believe that you're going to have a bubble up as well in order to cover the many different topics. So I guess the conversation is great. I would like someone to flush it out more, because I don't know where we'd land, but oh gosh, this is kind of cool.
It is, yeah.
I mean, this is something that parents have complained about for years, that there's no, and then they had done away with the senior thesis years ago. I don't know why. That was even before I was on the board, and in fact before my kids were in school, but in high school. But I'd heard about it. I think there wasn't excitement about it anymore. Maybe it wasn't hands-on. I don't know what. Maybe we can find some history person in the district to just kind of share with us the experience in the past. This, though, sounds neat. And I'll tell you, I just loved when you brought that Palantir and the kids from Palantir. I mean, that for me just solidified it. And again, it's kids of, I don't know what level these kids were at. They were at a level that they were learning. So that's all I cared about, and that was very cool. So anyway, that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so I want to share a couple of things. One is that when we went to do the validation visit at IMSA, this was a highlight that almost every person we talked to brought up. IMSA was the school that Dr. McGee ran a number of years ago. At IMSA, they have actually created a schedule where kids get, is it one afternoon or one full day?
Full day.
They get a full day every week to be part of this, and all the kids are doing it. Now, that might not be realistic for us to start with, but I'm just bringing it up because there's so many different models to do this. One of the private schools right down the street from here tried to do this a few years ago more organically. They said you could get out of school one day a week early and go do this, but you had to find your own mentor, you had to organize it, and you had to report back. Well, you can imagine how that worked. Right, talk about an inequity kind of thing that happens there. The kids who had help at home found a mentor and found an interesting thing to do and found someone to help them structure it within their own life. And our kids do that too. I mean, there are kids at Gunn and Pally who go over to Stanford and do this on their own. And guess what? They have connections to do it. And they probably have people at home that are making sure that they stay on track with doing it. So, you know, my son was in Connections, and he did the ropes project, and guess what? He spent 2 years, he spent 6th and 7th grade learning how to do a project, and then 8th grade was let loose. And it was really hard, and the teachers spent a lot of time with them, helping them figure out, you know, how do you keep a logbook of what's going on? How do you find a mentor? How do you make sure that mentor is engaged and going to help you all the way through? What are you trying to end up with at the end? And what's really the purpose of this? Is it the thing you produce at the end? Or is it the report you talk about because you learned through it? I've been to a couple of the science research project reports at Palo, and the most interesting ones are not the ones where the students stand up and say, I invented a new cancer treatment. Because first of all, you know they didn't do that. But the most interesting ones are, I went to go do this, and I thought I was going to learn how to make a new wing for an airplane. And in fact, that's not what happened at all. And we actually didn't get anything done the whole year, but I learned all these different things with all these trials that we went through the year. And I saw what I really could accomplish in a lab and what they really wanted me to do in a lab. So much of it is the experience itself. To Ms. Godfrey's point, it's not the thing you make at the end. It's the experience you go through and what you really learn. The kids that I know that have done this kind of thing, this is what they remember from high school. The kids that have gone through Connections, this is what they remember from middle school. So I am a huge fan, but to Mr. Dauber's point, I think that we need to put some, what I think are our frames around it. Like, it's really important for Ms. Godfrey that you get some experience out of it, and it's not just about what you're delivering or whether you have to deliver. To Mr. Dauber's point, it's important to him that it wouldn't tank other educational opportunities that we're trying to invest in the schools. I actually think if we had a coordinator to structure it, who could put policies and process in place so that each kid wouldn't have, and each teacher wouldn't have to replicate that for their kids, then you could have a lot more kids for each teacher.
More cost effective.
Because a lot of really hard work on this, and I know from talking to the Connections teachers, is just all the structural stuff that you have to make sure that the kids know how to do. And it just sounds really minor, but even just coming up with what does the lab book look like for a project? If everybody has a different one in every different class, it's a lot of work for the teacher to figure out. So I would encourage us to put our parameters, to think about what our parameters are. If we think the concept of real world learning makes sense, if you think that it does, then we should put our parameters in place and what we would think would make it worth doing. You know, one way to do it is just say, well, we have the science research project, let's just do it at Gunn next year. And they have however many kids sign up. I guess it's a little late now, but maybe it's the following year. And then, you know, you marry the science teacher with a history teacher, so the history teacher sort of understands how the science teacher did it, and then they get to do it in their class. I mean, you could do it organically like that. But still, if you don't have any coordination going on and it's going across multiple subject areas and multiple departments, I think you actually are making it cost more. So that's just my feeling on that. I know that mentors are really hard to find, though, and I know it's hard to get, it's hard to make sure that they stay engaged. And so if that was a goal of this coordinator as well, I think that would be really important as well.
That's a big job for the coordinator, right? Because faculty don't have time to do that.
And they probably don't have the network to get into everybody. So I would say that we'd need to think about whether this was required versus optional. And if it was optional, which I actually think it should be, because I don't think this is something that will get everyone jazzed. How do you make sure that everyone has an opportunity to do this, not just the kids that are always getting the opportunities? I think the kids that need this most in our schools are sort of the kids in the middle that aren't getting the opportunities all over the place.
I agree.
And don't have the parents that can go get them a thing at NASA. The other thing is, how do you create space in their schedule to do it, to Ms. Emberling's point? I think this is something that really needs to be thought through, because it's not the same as taking a regular class. It's not the same, just even the transportation time gets added in. And so I'd like to see if a plan for this that would include how we give students space, schedule space. So I don't have any questions, I just have some comments.
No, and again, that's the reason I really want to promote this idea of a coordinator, to start working with faculty and staff and community to figure these things out. I had the answers, I give them to you.
I mean, when I've gone to CSBA and other school districts in California that have less resources than us are talking about doing this, I'm thinking we can do it.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Dauber, you had some.
I did have another question that I recalled, and actually Ms. Townsend reminded me of it because she touched on it, which is I'm interested in to what extent the existing science faculty and other faculty at Palo are engaged in this process with you. And I'm thinking, behind that is thinking about the social justice program, which I actually think does meet some of the goals that you are articulating, but emerged in a different way and has a different kind of a cost structure, I think. So.
Yeah, so I started asking these questions early on and met with Josh Bloom was the science chair over at Palo, and I went to the science steering committee and talked to them about this, which includes the high school, both ISs and the middle school ISs. So we've had, Catherine's back here, 2 or 3 meetings, with the science steering committee on this. I actually presented it to the science department at Palo, and not everybody came, but a quorum was there. As is the case with all science department meetings, or pretty much probably every science department meeting, and offered to do the same at Gunn. Lori didn't take me up on it, but who's the teacher? Oh, and Angela Merchant at Gunn has supported the students working on the Singapore project over there, as has Lori Pennington. So, yeah, I mean, people, it's conversational, but if you're going to say, well, am I going to drop this right now? They're looking for coordination and leadership in it. And Keith does a great job with it, but he, hey, I'm a teacher, I'm teaching other classes.
Right.
But I know that there are teachers that would be interested. And beyond that, we have not gone beyond science at all.
And I will say that the science research project, there's a lot of onus on the kids to find their own mentors right now. And as a result, kids drop out of this class because they're not able to find a quality project and mentor to work on.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay? Great. All right, let's move on to the next.
Now here's real world learning.
Yay.
Yay. So Hillary, we're sorry to keep you so long, but this is an object lesson and really students having authentic learning experiences. And I think Heidi can probably say more about this than I can, but I was over at Greendale for a morning and had the chance to work with the Palo students who are currently in the early child development class and talk to them just on the bus as they were getting ready to leave about why they did this and what they got out of it. It was so beyond impressive. And I'm sorry, Sharon is getting her Tall Trees Award tonight, so Holly's representing us, by the way, Holly Wade is. So Sharon can't be here, but to hear her talk about the impact that these high school students have on the kids, the families, and vice versa is phenomenal. So I'm just so impressed, and thank you for being here tonight, Hillary.
So can I give a little background real fast?
Yeah. There you go. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
So about a year ago, a little over a year ago, we were here with the first early childhood education semester course, and the board approved it. It was subsequently approved for a G elective, social studies elective by UC. Hillary started teaching the course and realized that there was way too much condensed in one semester, and so that's why this has evolved into a different semester course, which uses different textbooks and a little bit different curriculum, and then she created this year-long in-depth class. So I'm going to let Hillary McDaniel go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. It's really been an awesome year. getting to learn from the students and taking this from idea and putting it into action and seeing where I can do better. And I think my biggest challenge with the semester course has been my lack of C days with the students. So for those of you who don't know, we spend 1 day a week in the Palo classroom where we're doing interactive lecture, discussion, reading about theories of child development, and then they spend the block periods going over to Greendale, and they're actually in the classrooms working with the students. And whenever there's a special schedules, the 7-period day disappears, and so I ended up with less face-to-face time with them in the classroom. And so I'm thinking that a year-long class will provide a lot more opportunity for me to be a mentor for them, to provide more, not direct instruction, but more opportunities for discussion, right? Because that's what's been happening. I've only got to do the direct instruction, and we want more time for the discussion and the debate, and for me to go over their lesson plans with them and what are they doing in the classrooms. They currently do a lot of reflection, and I collect that all through Schoology, and I give them feedback, but it doesn't quite replace the face-to-face discussions that they really benefit from. So a year-long class is going to provide for more depth. We're going to keep the college level text in the year-long class because I feel like we would have the appropriate amount of time to really capture that content in a meaningful way and help them process it, as where with the semester class I'd like to move to a text that would be more appropriate for a high school level. And the other thing that a year-long class would provide is the opportunity to do more advanced observations in the classroom. Right now, I've only been presenting them mostly with level 1 and level 2 observations, which are very guided, which is helpful, but eventually we'd like them to move on to a level 3 observation and have that be a little more free form and have a little bit more choice about what they're looking at and what they want to reflect on. The other thing it would allow me to do is get more people who are involved in the careers related to early childhood development into the classroom and get them to talk about where are the different places they can take this information forward. So I think overall a year-long class would be a good way to go to give students richer early childhood development career preparation. And the semester course, we don't actually have the enrollment to run it next year, but if we ever did, moving forward, that would be a great opportunity for maybe the younger students, a sophomore level student, to get interested, and then if they liked it, move on to this more year-long course. So if I could just really quickly, I did want to read you a few things from the students themselves since they can't be here. This is from some of the reflections that they wrote. The first student that I want to read from said, "Early childhood development was the most interesting course I have ever taken. When I first signed up, I was not completely positive what material we were going to cover, but now I am so glad I decided to take this class because I gained so much insight into the early stages of a child's life. Even if a student decides not to go on to study this topic further, knowing information about young children, a large portion of our population, will help us in our roles of becoming mothers and our role model for kids." One other student said, "I think the biggest lesson I learned in this class is how to create incentives for children to do things. It can sometimes be very difficult to make a kid get dressed, and I learned that instead of giving them the option of getting dressed, give them the option of what shirt to wear. That way, they can't say no."
Hello.
Right. Unless they're really creative like my 3-year-old. The last one I wanted to read to you, the students had read reflection from a teacher from one of their supplemental texts, and then they had to take their classroom experience and tie it together. And this one really gets at the heart of why I've come to believe in this class even more so, is because I think it does amazing things for their social emotional health. And this is what she wrote. "When I first came into room 11, I looked around the class and noticed how all the boys were playing with toy trains and the blocks while the girls were playing house. Student A stood out to me initially because she was the only one at the writing drawing table. I decided to walk over there and sat with her, hoping that we could become friends. As soon as I sat down, she looked at me and walked away to the Play-Doh station. The next time I saw her, I sat with her again and minded my own business and just drew pictures just like her. That day, she started interacting with me and asking me to help her to write out words that she couldn't spell herself. She started to become more and more comfortable with me and got used to me coming to sit at the table with her. During outdoor time, she'd hold my hand and took me to the concrete to draw chalk pictures with her. That is when I realized that student A is advanced with her fine motor skills. She truly enjoys when there is a pen or a crayon and a piece of paper. Anything crafty or involving art helps her learn. Every day since then, the minute I walk into the room, she runs up and hugs me and says, "You're here, Christina." So it's really powerful to hear what they have to say from this course, and I'm happy to field any questions you have for me at this point.
Great. Why don't we start with Mr. Dauber?
I don't have any questions. It sounds like a great course. I think I know that Ms. Emberling played a role in some piece of this development. So I think that if that's the case, then this has really paid off. This seems terrific. And it seems like a great follow-on to this discussion about authentic engaged learning that we were just talking about. So.
Well, I have to say to that point that Sharon Keplinger and I work professionally in the early childhood field together. And I just said, "Hey, Sharon, why isn't this happening yet in our high schools?" And she's like, "I've been trying for 20 years to get this going. We have all the pieces now. Let's just get it started." And so we met with Dave Hoshiwara, who is in charge of our career tech at classes. And so then a group got together with Kim and Trinity Klein from Gunn to identify teachers, and then Kim identified Hillary, and I think Trinity identified a Gunn teacher, but because of the limitations in the schedule, they couldn't do it as well as they could do it in a block schedule.
Fix that, yeah.
Yes, so I know that there is a Gunn teacher who's very interested, and Hillary and I have already talked about Hillary will be working with the Young Fives teacher this summer on curriculum and to involve the Gunn teacher as well for when they're able to start it. And Sharon, of course, has already prepared her teachers to have 2 days of Pali students and 2 days of Gunn students. So
great.
That's how that came about, but it was a labor of love.
Terrific.
Ms. Townsend.
Sounds like you're excited, which is always the key, right? Having a teacher excited. So I love your self-reflection about how you could do better with a brand new class, and we appreciate that because, of course, we OK classes, they don't always run. You know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but we like reflection on that. So tell me a little bit. I don't understand. One of the courses didn't have enough students to run, but you're thinking as a year-long class. Was I not? You thought there would be more students?
Well, so Sharon and I feel that the year-long will be a better option than the semester in terms of creating long-term connections. So we were really excited about doing a year-long course. At the same time, I didn't want to necessarily take the semester option away because sometimes that's the only way students can fit it into their schedules. But when we took course selections and they tallied it all up, we ended up with numbers that wouldn't allow for both. So we have enough to run a year-long section, but to run a semester on top of that would be very difficult. There's also the transportation issue and the period issue. And so all of those things. So we decided that the best option would be to go forward with a year-long class. Now, that being said, I'd love you to approve the revised version of the semester class with it's ultimately the same thing, except I've had to take out some topics. You can see it. I believe it's in the board packet. And changing the textbook to be more appropriate for the amount of time we have, in case in the future we ever have enough interest to run both. But at this time, it looks like the year class is the one that's going to move forward pending your approval.
So how many students did you have in your semester class last year?
This past year, I had 26 first semester and 25 this semester with a TA. We don't have those numbers next year, but I hear that's pretty typical in how new courses go, and I can make sure I do a better job of getting out there and just letting people know about it. I think there was a lot of buzz, right? The first year it's going to be offered, and then that kind of dies down.
You know, and truly, I mean, we get it. Understanding as things grow and modify and the like, and the principal is given latitude to play with some numbers and then see after the second year whether things are playing, and I trust her judgment in working with you to make sure you have the right number of students. But if it's I just so appreciate the reflection that you did and how to help the students have a better experience. And go for it.
Thank you.
I'm delighted.
Thank you.
Ms. Emberlin.
Thanks. So you said you had 26 and 25, and then for the year long, how many do you have for this coming
We
year?
have 21 signed up, and then we had 19 in the semester. So we're hoping
So those together would be
right.
a
So I'm
large-
hoping. Well, we can only take really 26 was pushing it. At Greendale, we really have room for about 24. Second semesters, there's actually a little bit more room. So we're hoping that some of those semester students will be able to transition to the year-long course, and I'll have a full class of 24 to 26. And then the rest of the students, unfortunately, will not.
So you do have 40 students that are interested?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's not like it went down. It's just that you
Well, I
divided
think
it with
last year
the
we had
year long.
60.
Oh, you had 60 last year.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, I love this program. And I sent some photos. Did you get the photos that I sent?
I did. They're so
okay,
cute.
good. I wish we could put them up there. I don't know if we can, if Tabitha's around. Oh,
20 to 10.
sorry.
We would love the pictures.
But they're so great. So maybe in a future
Yeah.
superintendent's report. But it's really such a clear example of this authentic research-based learning that we were just talking about. When I was reading this article in our apprenticeship conversation that we had, it talked about this model, and I just kept seeing your students as I was reading this. It was talking about, unpredictability in environments. I mean, you can't find a more unpredictable environment than a preschool classroom. And your teachers, and I share this story, were doing a student-led project on ladybugs. And then the 4-year-olds got very excited about smushing all the ladybugs, which is horrified the students. They're like, don't step on the ladybugs. But
me too.
you have to prepare for these sorts of things when you're dealing with little children. So that was really interesting. I think there was a lot written about the length of the research experience and how a year-long experience really cements the knowledge a lot more, and you really get a more authentic experience. So I'm really glad that you're proposing this. I think it gels well with the literature around this as well. And I think what your TA shared with me too when we were wandering around was really resonated with me and still has stayed with me, where he said, this class and everything I'm learning, this is going to stay with me forever. The work with these kids, and I don't think he really intended for this to be such an important class for him, but then he had to sign up to be your TA the second semester because it was just like, I can't leave these kids. And he said his fellow classmates were jealous about him getting to stay with them and stay with this work. So I think all of that points to extending it to the year-long class. And so I'm really glad you're moving in that direction. I'm behind this 100%. So thank you for presenting it. And I don't know if you guys know, but Hillary has also partnered with, Ms. McDaniel's also partnered with a teacher from Connecticut and has been working on developing this curriculum with this established program going on since this was brand new.
She definitely was like, "You're crazy to do this in a semester." So
yeah, exactly.
Ms. Godfrey.
I don't have any questions either. I was at Greendale a few weeks ago, and as I was going through the classrooms, I realized I was looking at 2 women who were early childhood friends of my kids, and I thought, oh my gosh, Lizzie and Katie, of course you should be doing this. Like, this is the perfect place for you. And it just made me happy. So I'm happy to see that you can do this every year, particularly because those connections between older kids and younger kids are just so important.
Okay, I heartily endorse this. This experiential learning is a great thing to do. Ms. Keplinger and I had talked about this years ago, and I'm really glad that we've been able to make it happen. So go forward and do good things. Thank you. We are not voting on this tonight, but I don't think you need to come back next time. I think you know what the answer is going to be. I shouldn't presuppose, but I will.
It'll be consent agenda.
Can we put this on the consent agenda, folks?
It's okay with me. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what we'll do.
Super.
So you're free.
Great.
Okay, board members, our next item is the additional resource allocations. We had put it on for 45 minutes, not because we wanted to use 45 minutes, but we were concerned that people had a lot of questions they needed to ask. What I'd like to do is have us each only take 5 minutes, and if we need to go around again, we do that so that we can try to use our time as efficiently as possible. If you can focus on what you need to ask to vote on the action. Okay, that's what we need to do here tonight. And the recommendation, we've already voted on the mental health costs, the mental health therapist costs, so it is the other costs that we're voting on tonight. And we can, Dr. McGee.
No, I think let's just open it up. We made the, unless Ms. Mack has anything to add, we made the presentations last time. We haven't changed anything. We had our nurse came last time and made an appeal for additional clerical assistance. We'll put that into our May budget request. So we did not dismiss it, but that's where it really belonged, because this, Charles can talk about the whole process. This was about, what, a 4 or 6 week process you did, you and Kathy. So, yeah, we just thought that would be better than rather just putting it in.
Can I just address that? I really would prefer staff not to come to board meetings to ask for positions. That's why we hire all of you. And really, I felt, as much as I love people and love them to come speak, really, I'm not here about weighing particular positions. I really want them to come through channels, and then you guys come up with a final. I found that, and I thought I wanted to address it with others because we've been through a lot of budget processes, and if we start handpicking who's going to come to the board meeting and ask for what, it just doesn't work that way.
Right.
So hopefully others will reflect on that as well, but that's not how we create a budget.
You're exactly right.
Okay.
So these went through the long process, but I think let's, in the interest of time, just
Let's start with Ms. Godfrey.
So I have a question, a procedural question. So when we vote on our list here, do we vote on the whole list? Do we vote on the whole list? And if we don't want to vote on the whole list, how do we do that?
You can make an amendment to the motion,
list.
or you can make a motion that's different than the recommendation.
Okay.
And then somebody needs to second that.
Okay, so let me just go with, so my opinion isn't any different than last time. I still would rather see these things all at the same time, preferably with a process that includes big things that don't just bubble up, so things that start at the top and come down as well, like that comes out of research. Particularly the Hanover research that we're doing is one place where I think we might get ideas. So when I look at the list of things, last time I was here, I went through line by line and said what I love and what I like. And so that hasn't actually changed. So for me, when I look at this whole list, if I look at the health tech positions, which don't feel like they're fully fleshed out yet, like we don't exactly know what those are. There was some discussion about maybe redefining them. And it doesn't feel like one of the things that we need to approve right now because I don't think we're ready to hire at this moment. Same thing with the student research coordinator. That feels like, to me, we have a lot of stuff that's going to happen between now and the middle of June. There's this Measure A you may have heard of. So Measure A, someone will be voting on that. And so I'd like to know if that's going to pass or not before I make all of these decisions. The Minority Achievement and Talent Development Task Force, Hanover Research. So all those things happen between now and the middle of June. And so I would hate to get to the point where we are at the middle of June and we have a whole list of things we want to fund, and that we've used up any funding that we may have had. Right? Presumably we'll have more then. Our property taxes are kind of looking pretty good. but I don't want to get out in front of that and say that that's absolutely going to happen. I also think now that we've had this zero period discussion, there are so many things out there that we can do to help our kids with their flexibility. Like, we know our kids are talented and energetic and creative, and they want to create a school environment for themselves personally that works. I can't remember who it was who said, we're all individuals. Maybe it was, I can't remember who it was. But we're all individuals, and that's so true. And so all the things that we've heard from the students, I'd like to explore those things before we commit dollars that we're committing to long term. And these hires are long term, right? They're not just one, it's not like buying a school bus. This is something we're going to do every year going forward. So, like, for example, we took away summer school a few years ago. So summer school is only credit recovery and just living skills now. There was a time when it was a more robust program. Probably cost a few $100,000 to do summer school, right? So if we said, hey, that's a way to give kids back flexibility, they can do something in the summer, I would hate to have spent this money, this $250,000 going forward, if it meant we couldn't do summer school. So for me, there's a whole list of things like that when we do Hanover research, they do their work and they come and show us I think in May or early June. I would love to be able to say, what is it about homework that we can help with besides having it clear what we want to happen? And if someone says to me, we need teachers to be supported in grading or whatever it is, I want to make sure we have somebody to do that. So all of the things that are in play now are going to cost money, I think. I think there'll be great ideas, and we need time to get student voice into that. So as I said when we were here last time, TOSAs, school bus driver, all the other items besides number 4 and 7 for me are fine because they feel like they're in the core of what we need to do. They have to deal with very frequently. This is enrollment growth, which we already have and we're already dealing with. The other 2 for me are not. Those can wait until June. That's my 5 minutes.
Okay.
Is there a Well, I'd like to hear, it sounds like Ms. Godfrey has a motion.
I'd like to hear the comments first.
Yeah.
I'm heading towards a motion that excludes 4 and 7, but I'd like to hear the rest of the comments.
I support the same perspective that Ms. Godfrey has on this at the level of detail, but also I am and I have been and am uncomfortable with a process that is chunked in this way, because I feel like it leaves us in exactly the way that Ms. Godfrey described, without the ability to understand what the trade-offs are that are embodied in these requests, because we don't see them all at the same time, right? And a budget really is about trade-offs. So to not consider them all in the same context means that we could find ourselves regretting a choice that we made just 6 weeks earlier because we didn't have that whole context. So I would certainly support Ms. Godfrey's direction and probably look more closely at the items that we have here to see if there are others, sort of flip it and say, what's really critical that we do now, as opposed to what can we do a month from now with full understanding about the context. So that's my initial comments.
Ms. Townsend.
In a perfect world, I would have had all of these positions come at the end of the year, including, I mean, everything on here, including a further discussion about how much we were going to pay for licensed mental health therapists, since I've heard, since we took a vote on that our ACS full-time are making much less than this, and this really wasn't vetted, and that's unfortunate. So those are reasons why we try to have, or we do a 2-meeting rule to vet these kinds of things. And that would be my preference. But since we've truncated it already, and then I'm thinking, okay, well, this is what we're presented. All of these I can work with. I mean, they're all I think they meet the needs of a lot of different kinds of students, and that's what I look for when I look at a budget. I'm saying, okay, does a parent see their kid being helped in some way in what we're adding on? And even in this broad categories, I can see most kids being touched. So I am not going to at this point, I'm not second guessing any of these. I could adopt this whole budget. But that being said, understanding the points others made, in my perfect world, I would have had everything at one time. But that's not how it's rolled its way out. And so since I see all the kids in here, I can support it. So I'm curious to hear what the rest of my colleagues say.
Ms. Emberling.
We have these conversations every year about this process and how frustrating it is for us as a board that we can't see the whole picture at once. It just happens every year. And we have it also in terms of our negotiations with our bargaining units and what we're spending money on, right? I mean, we have these same conversations every year. I appreciate that you've had weeks of conversations internally with your staff about what are the needs that you see as most urgent right now. I understand your need for staffing and timing in terms of attracting qualified staff. I think, again, in Ms. Townsend's perfect world, I would also like to see it, and I think at our retreat, it would be beneficial for us to discuss more of these larger process issues that continue to come up and frustrate us. But in the meantime, I am very excited about the research coordinator, in that there will be someone focused on improving and just enhancing this hands-on experiential learning that I really appreciate that you've brought forward, and it's one of the skills that we really appreciated about what you were doing at IMSA. And so it's fun to see it here after having seen it and talked about it there. So I am ready to support it as is as well.
I have a question, and it goes, when this was originally presented, the reason for these categories early, outside of a process that would have given us all the trade-offs, was these were things that if we didn't get started on now, we would not successfully have positions and investments in place for the next school year. Am I correctly understanding that?
Well, not entirely. I think the longer we wait, the more people take jobs elsewhere. So, Scott, you want to add to that?
Absolutely. I guess an example would be number 3, the middle school administrative support with the deans.
So is there anything on here where that's not true? Like, is the health tech question that Ms. Godfrey asked, if we don't get started on that now, would that create a problem for us in hiring?
The health tech is a classified position, and we actually hire for those 12 months out of the year. So that a classified position, has a little bit more flexibility to it. But if we were thinking of increasing the FTE, it would be great to start the school year with that. And so it's a little bit different because with a certificated individual that you're trying to attract, a qualified one, they're under contract by June 30th. And they can't leave.
So the answer is yes, that the health tech, it would make it more difficult for us to have someone on the ground at the beginning of the year. The reason I ask this is this is a frustrating process, and particularly for new board members, this is a particularly frustrating process. On the other hand, it's our responsibility to make sure that kids start the school year with the resources they need. And I believe that this process that you've done over and over again does take a lot of ideas in and vets them down. So we are not seeing everybody's wish list here. We're seeing things that were discussed over a number of weeks. The one that is, you do your what's important and urgent, And we tend to really always focus on what's important and urgent again and again and again. And I hear from my colleagues here, we want to focus on some of the things that are not just important and urgent, but also are important and have budget and time to talk about them and flush those ideas out. To me, the student research coordinator falls into that category. There's some other things that would fall into that category too that I like to talk about. You know, I was thinking as Dr. McGee talked about the student research coordinator, how else could we do that? Well, we could hire a consultant. They could come in, they could do an analysis, they could come and give us a report, and then in the end, we'd probably be hiring somebody to put a program together. What are the advantages of starting with a consultant? So we could decide to trade this off for something else afterwards. We could get a report and we put it in the shelf for later. And if you hire someone, you have a commitment to them. I personally feel comfortable supporting this because I think that it has been thought through. I would like to know what those other things are, and I would like to be able to make sure we can make investments in things that are important, not just the urgent things. This program seems to me that if we can really frame it well, might be something that some other organizations would like to help us support. If we could do this research program, we could frame it out as something really compelling. So I'd like to have it framed out so we have that option, regardless of what our funding situation looks like. So anyway, that's a long-winded way of saying that I feel okay supporting this. I think there's some problems with our process, but I don't have a solution for that right now. And I want to make sure that our kids start the year next year able to do all the things we'd like them to do.
Okay. So do we get our next set of 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So the health tax, if we wait 6 weeks to decide that, we won't be able to be ready by the beginning of school?
We could.
So if we make that decision 6 weeks from now, and it's still important to us, given our other priorities, we would be ready for when school starts?
Yes.
Thank you. So things like number 5, where we're taking existing warm bodies and just changing their contracts, is that what I get there?
Correct. We don't. We're not
hire
posting
anybody.
those positions.
Okay. So this doesn't feel urgent to me if that's a change in contract, unless we think we have someone who's leaving us because we can't give them full-time work. Number 7, the research coordinator. If we wait 6 weeks.
If I could speak to number 5 just briefly. Currently, those positions are half-time dean and half-time TOSA. And so the periods that are being used to backfill the TOSA, the 2.5 periods, would likely go into the master schedule. So if you wait longer, the master schedules are being built right now. And so if those 2.5 periods are released to be a part of the master schedule, then you have an impact on the number of sections you're offering and the number of teachers you may need to hire.
Yep.
So there is an impact to waiting on that because of those 2.5 TOSA periods that are taken out of staffing.
Okay. That happens to fall in my category of has to happen anyway because of the enrollment growth, actually. So the student research coordinator, same kind of question about that. If we wait 6 weeks to make that decision, you think we would have trouble getting somebody in to get that work started?
Absolutely.
And my follow-on question for that is, if it's somebody who's going to figure out what we're supposed to do we have any practice around hiring people on a contract, like a shorter-term contract, like a year contract or something, so that we don't, if we come to the end of this and go, oh, none of these models are what we want to do, we want to do something completely different, that person can be released?
If it's a coordinator position and it's at the district office, then there's a little bit more flexibility with that.
Okay. Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Dauber.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting for Ms. Godfrey's motion, which I think is going to I'm going to want to support. I suppose another question that I have is one of the issues that Ms. Godfrey brought up, which is the parcel tax, right? And what our thoughts are about making staff commitments if the parcel tax fails, right? Because at that point, when staff, maybe I'll ask this question, when staff drew up this list, were you assuming that the parcel tax was going to pass, or does this represent the contingency that it might fail and therefore that we might not be able to maintain these permanent positions past the following year?
So the proposed additions here, the assumption was at this point, none of these will be funded by the additional partial tax revenue. This would be from general fund.
Right, but if the parcel tax were to fail, if we were to lose those millions of dollars out of the budget, then our priorities would presumably shift, right?
So we have
we
one
would
more
wanna-
year.
We have one more year.
We have one more year,
That-
right.
I understand that, but
Right.
you can certainly ask it a different way.
So let me try it this way. We have things that are in the works that we're hoping the parcel tax will fund. And if the parcel tax doesn't pass, we may still want to do those things. And if we've committed all of our dollars, we're in a bad place. And so while I recognize that none of these things are funded by the parcel tax, that there are things that we might want to fund with the parcel tax if that weren't available to us, that we might reprioritize this list, and those things might be higher on the list.
Right, exactly, yes. That gets at the discomfort that I'm feeling. I would really like to know whether the parcel tax has passed or not before I make a decision about the bulk of the items on the list. Because if the parcel tax fails, then I'm going to think very differently about making long-term commitments to these positions as opposed to other positions. Yeah, thank you for helping me with that. That's it for questions.
Okay. I do want to say that there are a few things on here that are additional kind of stuff, but some of these things are just supporting our enrollment growth. Middle school administrative support, high school administrative support, certificated staffing increase. These are anything could be traded off. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, these are going to be hard choices. This is why we want the parcel tax to pass, so that we don't have to make these hard choices. When I say hard choices, I mean really hard choices.
Okay. First of all, we need to vote to extend this meeting. I think we need to take the board policy item update off the agenda and move it to the next meeting. So we need probably about 45 minutes.
So moved. Which is 11. 11.
Okay.
Closed session after this.
No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
But we'll try to rush.
Motion passes. Oh.
So-
Okay. Keep going.
Was that just a motion to remove the?
So what, we need a motion now. I think that was a motion to extend. Can we have a motion to move item G to the next meeting?
I move that we move item G to the next meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Let's go back to our conversation here. Does somebody want to make a motion?
I was going to do that.
Okay.
I move to adopt the budget as presented, understanding that item 13, we already voted for a licensed mental health therapist for $250,000 last meeting. So, but it's still on that list. So, everything else.
Second. Okay. Discussion? Or we're done?
I'd
Okay.
rather wait 6 weeks.
All in favor?
So I move to amend that motion to strike the health tech, so items 4, 5, 6, and 7.
I think you have to vote on the original motion.
No, I think we have to vote on the amendments before the
I think we vote on
motion.
the amendment first.
And if it
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
pass,
Okay.
then we vote
Okay.
on the original.
All right.
So let me speak briefly in support of that motion. Essentially following Ms. Godfrey's logic, that we are facing some substantial uncertainty about the parcel tax. We have a lot of initiatives about which we're going to be getting information. The Minority Achievement Task Force, the homework initiative. I certainly would like to hear more about the status of social emotional programs on campus and the expenditure of the $250,000 that we've talked about. I think that the student research coordinator, based on the discussion that we had earlier, represents, to my mind, a premature commitment, and I would be interested in hearing from the staff a proposal for something that was more smaller scale and more temporary than a student research coordinator. I have concerns that I think I expressed during the last item about the extent to which this is a scalable model that we can and should be investing in at this point. So I would like to preserve our flexibility and see this come back in 4 weeks or 6 weeks as part of the overall budget, except for those items that seem obviously either have some urgency to them or are clearly like the TOSA is going to be something that we're going to want to fund even if our circumstances have changed.
Would you say 4, 5, 6, and 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I add to the discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. McGee, are you envisioning the student research coordinator to be somewhat like Dr. Bickle's role in terms of coordinator of professional development, where she coordinates not all the professional development itself per se, but supports teachers, provides organization around it, promotes, and then also, I guess, tracks and
Right.
sort of a coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, she really got the professional development, brought order and coherence to it and got it going from, changing it, I think, from more random one-off to something that supported the whole organization and the goals.
And we did this vote kind of backwards. We did a $5 million set aside for professional development across all schools. And then we voted to hire a coordinator to implement that.
Right.
Right? So this student research coordinator is that same kind of role in that they will help teachers or ISs or the science committee, I would assume, with all this coordination and planning
And designing.
and designing, evaluating, implementing.
Yep.
So it's the same kind of role, and that could be someone who would work with things that are already in existence, like the science project research,
Right.
the pathways, like the social justice pathways, the early childhood authentic research that's going on. Am I sort of following that logic?
Absolutely, right.
Okay. So I see it as affecting more than just the 15 students that we're talking about.
Yeah.
This coordinator is going to help us look at authentic, meaningful learning experiences in the way that Dr. Bickle has helped us look at professional development in a more coordinated way across the district.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
But we don't know what that $5 million equivalent is.
No, not yet.
Yeah.
So I
So
want to
there's
ask
a
a question. To
motion.
his
Is there-
motion, has anyone seconded his motion?
Well,
How do I friendly amend his amend?
well,
Yeah.
Is there?
I believe you
I
can,
mean,
you can.
Well, if there's
I'll
no-
second it.
and then you can move it
Okay.
if you'd like.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay. Do we want to, all in favor?
Or can I amend it?
You can.
What can I do? My preference would.
You could have asked for a friendly amendment, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I didn't. know
Okay,
that's
why
I
don't
asked
you
for
just
advice.
give us
What
a
I would like to
amendment.
do is take from the list just 4 and 7.
Do we have a second on that? Okay. So then we go back and vote on the taking out all four here. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Aye. I mean, no.
Right.
Whatever it is.
Opposed.
Great. So
Okay,
I
so-
still have my motion, my second.
Okay, so you have your motion, your second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
Okay. Motion passes 3-2.
All right. So
Okay.
moving on.
Let's move on to the next item. Let's see. What are we up to?
Matroscope engineering.
Yes, Dr. McGee.
Where is Mr. Gold?
No, it's just
There he is. Up
There I
on
am.
the podium, ready to go. So I will, Bob, I'll just turn this over to you right away.
Okay, thank you. The first item is this addendum for additional testing and special inspection services. All of our construction, all school district construction has both an inspector of record and a specialty inspector. The specialty inspector literally daily observes welding both in the field and in the shop. They test materials. You might say, oh, so what about my house? Where was this inspection? Answer, a city inspector kind of comes by once, maybe before the project and then after the project, perhaps during the project. Here, these inspectors are on site all the time, and they're in the shop all the time, inspecting all the welds. Let's see, the schools have this kind of care, and there's one institution that has more care than that, and it's the hospitals. That's it. And that's the reason why if there's an earthquake or another natural disaster, where are the shelters? Answer, they're in the schools. So, and then one last thing, matroscope isn't a word. And so we could have gone with construction testing services or Nino and More or Consolidated Industries, but in this, and not because of this, but this is simply, they came up with a great name for a company. That's it. And so this money's fully budgeted, and we're asking that this addendum be approved.
Ms. Townsend?
Dr. Golden, I always have learned so much from you in the context of our building project these past many years, and special inspection of all concrete, structural steel field and shop welding and testing of anchors and seismic bracing are all of part of Matroscope's scope of work. Yes, of course. Thank you for bringing this, for explaining the incredible detail that goes into assuring that our new buildings are not only beautiful but structurally sound. So I don't have further questions. And again, it is that we authorize staff to execute this amendment for additional testing services for the Performing Arts Center project at Palo Alto not to exceed $175,000, which brings the total authorization to $389,000. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Emberling?
No questions.
Godfrey?
No questions.
Mr. Dauber?
No questions.
I'm in favor of doing things that DSA says are required.
Yeah. Hard to argue with that.
Thank you. So can we put this on consent? Or
For $175,000, I would even put this on consent. It's required, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, great. Why don't we go to our next item, which also is Dr. Galton, award of selected alternates to Alton Construction for the Performing Arts Center project.
We have a mini slide presentation, 2 slides. And the first one is, and I'm not going to give a project report at this hour, at this juncture, but the fact remains, as we can observe, the project's moving along. Those are lifts that give access to the roof and to the side portions of the building. We anticipate that this is a big milestone that I'm always concerned about, that this construction will be waterproof by the end of the summer. When for the rainy season, we'll be all set. Construction is really moving along. As far as our financial progress, it's very satisfactory at this point. We had a $21 million contract, and so the change order allowance was $2.1 million. To date, we've spent about $120,000. Incidentally, the big uncertainty in in the new building projects, there's a lot of uncertainty all the way along when you're doing renovations, but when you're doing new buildings, the big uncertainty is what's underneath the what's going to be underneath the building, and we're through all that. Therefore, we had a number of alternates, actually 14 in all, 14 alternates that we did not award at the time of the base contract, and now we're in a position to do some of those awards, and this is what we'd like to do. We have good bids, solid bids from this contractor for those alternates, and so the alternates that we're interested in, and they're 4 of them, and one of the alternates that we want to award is to do the entry gates, which are which are there, and some landscaping right around there. This is that Embarcadero entrance that kind of feeds from Town and Country. And then we're interested in doing a lot of paving, which is right here, and putting in a lot of pavers, which by this particular facility steering committee has a very active landscape subcommittee, and they have a big interest in this, and this is one thing that they're interested in, a big thing they're interested in, and we're ready to do that now. In addition, I've left to your imagination the others, the rigging line sets, arbors, and battens that are a part of the stage equipment. They're inside, and also the big video projector and screen. Well, that's inside the building, and the building's not completed yet. The total amount for this is a not-to-exceed amount of $529,000. We're getting solid change order amounts, but it won't exceed this amount. These are the estimates we had. Now, you may say, wait a minute, what about the other change orders? And the answer is, we're going to be doing those. They come later, and we will be doing a number of them with different contractors. We'll be using, we have a number of other landscape alternates, and we'll be doing those with contractors that have worked with the district in the past. But we want these particular ones, this is a good time to award them and do them. By the way, the completion of the project still stands. It's estimated for about March of next year. So that's it. And so we're hoping that the board will approve award of these selected alternates.
Thank you. Ms. Emberling.
It's so nice to hear you speak so positively about this project. It's good. Seems like everything is moving along.
It's good. I bike by there. If you observed carefully in the previous slide, I bike by there every day.
Yes, I saw your bike.
And my bike
in the bottom
is
there.
part of the picture. So
Very nice. So just to clarify, these were things that we wanted, but you didn't want to put them in conservatively until we knew that we had this funding, until everything was on task, and now that things are at the halfway point and everything has been accurate, and you haven't used a lot of the change orders, only 120,000 of the 2 million authorized, that now you feel confident moving forward with this additional request.
Yeah, that's a big deal for me because
Yes.
we have a 10% change order allowance, and we should not go above that 10%. However, right now with the project about halfway done, we're at 1%, so we're good.
Okay.
Good.
I'm ready to support. Thank you.
Ms. Godfrey.
Actually, Heidi, Ms. Emberling asked my questions. I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Dauber.
Oh, I'm good.
Ms. Townsend.
So my question is, is, and you're so conservative, I really, when it comes to budgeting, I really appreciate it. But why isn't this being asked for later in the project?
It could be, but you see, we want to have them build this into their construction sequence, and again, we have these prices that they're willing to honor, which is also good because these prices are kind of year-old prices. So this is good.
Okay.
Good prices.
If you're saying this is good because and I will put this in a larger context. Of course, when we come out with money ahead, we sweep into other projects, and I'm thinking about those other projects still coming. I do know we want beautiful landscaping, great pavers, and all of that. So if you're asking us to do it now, then so it is.
That's what he's asking.
I guess so.
Okay. Is this, I don't have any further questions. My questions were asked by others. You look like you have a question, Mr. Dauber. Is this something that we would feel comfortable putting on consent, or would you like it to come back?
For $500,000, I really would prefer it to come back. I just want to hear if there's anything out there, and we may be able to sweep through it, but that's a lot of money.
Okay?
Okay.
Is that right? Okay. Let's move on to the next item, which is the approval of schematic design, project budget adjustment and addendum number 22 to DLM for the library renovation project at Palo Alto High School. Dr. McGee.
This is an action item that we talked about the last meeting. I think
Yeah.
Mr. Golden can answer questions, but, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to move this
Okay.
forward.
Ms. Godfrey, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Mr. Dauber, do you have any questions? Ms. Townsend?
I'd just like to move that we approve the schematic design and the rest of the proposal as requested.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Budget transfers for the Strong Schools Bond Project. Dr. McGee?
Go ahead. And this was discussed in detail at the last meeting, and unless there's questions. Oh, if there are questions, Mr. Golden will be glad to answer them.
I'll be glad to speak to a question that we had, which was related to where is the budget for the district share of the Pali gyms. And the answer is as follows. If you look at Table 2 and look at the Pali High School section, then you'll find that Palo Alto High School 7, indoor physical ed and athletic facilities, is shown as having a budget of $350,000. Now, why was that? Answer, because when this was approved sequentially, first $250,000 was approved in October of 2013, and then in June of 2014, the amount increased by 100. At both of those times, the full budget at that time of $5.4 million was reviewed by the board, but not approved. All I wanted approval for was the money that we needed to move forward, and so that's the $350,000. The balance of that money is in this very big line, Palo Alto High School Reserved. And that Palo Alto High School Reserved contains that the balance of that $5.4 million, and it also contains the additional, potentially the additional amount to bring the total district funding up to $12.6 million. You'll notice that this is $10,100,000. The remaining money was in that proposal in June of 2014, which stated that FF&E budget, which had not been tapped, where we are spending, we're taking FF&E out of the projects, that half of it go to Gunn and half of it go to Pali. And so there's where the potential Pali money resides. However, as I think I pointed out on a few occasions, the only money that the board has approved at this point is $350,000. All the rest is in concepts. And in fact, it's residing in those two pools of money, in that Palo Alto High School reserved line item, and also in the $5.6 million of FF&E money, half of which would go to Pally and half of which would go to Gunn.
Can you just point out where that 5.6 FF&E?
I will. If you look at the notes at the bottom beneath the total, it says the spreadsheet has there's a remainder of that amount, which includes $5.6 million for furniture and equipment.
Mhm.
And so that money has not even been appropriated at this point.
Okay. So it's at the bottom of the spreadsheet.
That's right.
Okay.
It's in the
In the
footnote.
middle. Okay, does anybody want to make a motion?
And then I may as well say one more thing. Essentially what we're doing is we are cleaning up budgets and making budgets more transparent. Projects that have closed, the money is being swept to the various reserves. Money was swept to the Gunn High School reserve, and so that's this process.
Do I have a motion
So
for
I
these?
move that we authorize these project budget transfers.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Golden.
Thank
The next is the revision to the adopted school calendar. Dr. McGee?
Right, so this was
You saw it
asked
already.
to
Yeah.
be brought back for a regular vote.
Yeah.
We could vet this with the PTA, which Ms. Townsend and I did the day after our last meeting, and everybody was fine with the change and appreciated the opportunity to weigh in on it, so.
Ms. Emberling, do you have any questions?
No.
Ms. Godfrey?
No questions.
Mr. Dobbin?
Nope.
Ms. Townsend?
I move we adopt this new calendar.
Or the revision to the existing.
There you go.
I second that.
Does somebody have a second to that?
I second
Terry
that.
does.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. The last thing is the extension of site leases. Dr. McGee?
Right, we had a rather extended discussion about this at the last meeting. We would like to approve one-year extensions of these leases as presented. Mr. Golan can answer questions if necessary.
I move.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Now we're on board operations, and we had one item that a board member wanted to bring up, and then I think we have a couple of reports and other things. Okay. Why don't we start with you, Ms.
Yes,
Townsend?
my request to my colleagues is that we have an information item on the zero period and related items in the near future. I mean, it was a promise we made to the community the last time we were here that we were going to have an information item, and I think that would be appropriate. And the lack of transparency even concerned me that we haven't had a chance to really discuss it. So mine would be merely an information item on zero period and a chance to really get a chance to chat about information we've gotten from the community and misperceptions that kids were trying to correct or parents were trying to correct. I think it's good for the whole board to zoom in on it. That's my request.
How would you feel about having that combined with the discussion about the new bell schedule? I mean, I feel like that's coming up very quickly. That's coming up in 2 board meetings.
I could, let's see, where are we? So what month is that? And is this?
Our next meetings are May 12th and the 26th. The last meeting of the Bell Schedule Committee is May 5th.
Is May 5th.
That's what they're scheduled for right
Okay.
now, so that's.
So tell me about that a little bit.
Hold on, yes.
Could you just
Sure.
explain what is, so is the Bell Committee coming with some recommendations or is the board giving feedback before they come to conclusions? I don't quite know what they're doing.
So we have a whole schedule of that, which I think was in an earlier packet. And
Well, if you
I can-
just
I can
share it with
resend
us,
it, but the idea is that.
And I
don't know
think
if
the
they'll
community
have-
should know, yeah.
I don't know if they'll have one or many recommendations.
I mean,
I know they're
you know what,
looking at
we
a
can
few
combine them.
different
That's
models,
that's
yeah.
fine. I just think that there has to be a public discussion hearing, and if it's coming with them, that's fine with me. Yeah.
So we're talking about the bell schedule, right?
The bell schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't actually see the necessity of a agendized item on zero period as we have a decision that's been made. To what end, I suppose, would be the question. And I wouldn't want to encourage students in the idea that, as contrary to what Dr. McGee said, that this decision hasn't been made. So it's perfectly fine to have a discussion of the Bell schedule, because that's coming up, but I'm not sure I understand what Ms. Townsend is looking
May I
for.
answer that? Actually, the zero period came up in a kind of non-agendized way in the first place, and what we agreed to is that there would be a informational meeting on zero period. That never happened, and so that's the promise we made as a board, and we've kind of not done it. So I think it's time to come back and make good on our promise that we're going to have a conversation about this in an information. Tom was here, and so I just think it's good to air that.
We could have this discussion as a discussion about scheduling a gun. They're bringing forth a proposal, and have a complete conversation about scheduling a gun going forward.
Which includes the zero period. I don't want to pretend that I don't want to hear about it. I do. We made a promise to this community that we would have a hearing on it, and it wasn't a discussion item. It was going to be an information item. I have no problem with that. Information is still good, and I want to stand that we as a board stand for the promises we've made on transparency, and I think it's important that we come through on it.
Can I suggest maybe another way to get at that? So I think we have other things that we have that are bubbling up a lot from the students on things that would make their lives more flexible and make their schedules more flexible. Things like, contracting out of PE or having more hybrid classes.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the place to do it is in the context of all those kinds of things that afford our kids the flexibility that is changing now, because this was one thing that they've relied on, and there are other things. We did meet with SEC the other day, and the number of ideas the kids have was great, and it just seems like maybe that's kind of the place we can pick a time and talk about all the different kinds of flexibility available and what we can do,
So
and why,
Just to your point on that, I think one thing we have to be really careful about, because we don't know the repercussions of any individual decision, is an information item on those different options and some evidence as to whether they would add flexibility or not add flexibility, and what the school needs to look at in order to consider those would work at a board meeting. But I'm just afraid if we were trying to make decisions and didn't have, we're not going to be able to get enough into the weeds to make decisions on those things.
Yeah, I don't know that we're at would be at the decision point, but like if the question on the table was, what options do other schools use or exist to provide flexibility? That would be an interesting information option for me, because I do hear a lot of suggestions, but I have no idea which ones are good or could work or don't work or whatever. Just, I'd like to know what the world of possibilities is. And that seems like it's a better place for that discussion. I mean, it seems like a place for that discussion. Better is.
Would that kind of discussion help you?
I love the idea, as long as we don't lose the point that this is also a discussion about the zero period, which we promised the community to have an information item on. So I would love to have the panoply of suggestions. That'd be great too. As an information item, I trust that the staff would have some have compiled some of these suggestions, and I think that's a pretty good idea. Let's see what's out there. Flexibility comes through, zero period. Let's hear what people have to say. These, we've never had a chance to discuss this, so information is great.
Ms. Godfrey and I did hear the kids on Monday come up with a lot of ideas. Additional ideas came out today, so
Exactly.
I think we could have a big, long list of things to look at, and we could have it at the same time that they present the new schedule to us. We could have it at the same meeting potentially. I don't know.
Well, and,
Superintendent has to
and
decide
frankly,
that.
we've never had the information. I mean, information was asked of Tom Jacobowski that some people got, some people didn't. I just want a factual overview of how many kids were in zero period. Give us what the facts were. There's so much rumor out there. We just need to get some real facts, and the credibility will zoom up if people know what they are. So I would like a presentation by staff of the questions that Mr. Dauber had asked Mr. Jacobowski, but I'd like them to be in the public forum so that we can actually, the whole community has access to them. So that would be my request. And again, we promised this of the community, and I think people properly called us on it for not having a public presentation on this. However, that doesn't go to anything about my having a problem with Dr. McGee being a wonderful diplomat, and maybe that will come up at that time. But if you thwart, if we undo promises we made to the community, that is a terrible precedent, and I wouldn't want to do that.
So it does seem to me that to have Mr. Jacobowski provide some of the information that he provided to the board already about how many students were in zero period and how many of them were taking more than 7 classes and that sort of thing in the context of a discussion of the bell schedule proposal, that makes perfect sense to me. Though that's...
What do you think of Ms. Godfrey's suggestion that we also have a discussion of some options to give our students more flexibility, the ideas that have come from them?
Well, I think this is a question for Dr. McGee. I would love if the answer to this were yes, but I don't know if it can be, which is, does staff have the capability between now and then to produce a list that is sufficiently sort of vetted and kind of considered that we could actually use that to identify some next steps? Because
I wish it were yes too, but as I wrote, we are stacked up with agenda items in May, and it would be superficial at best. There's things we can find what other schools do, but as far as weighing the value of those.
I mean, for example,
to do that in a week, and so
Yeah.
you're asking for a week because the agenda, it's a week turnaround, so it's not 2 weeks, it's a week.
I mean, for example, the board had a focus goal in 2011-12, if I remember correctly. If I have my, test and project stacking, if I remember my focus goals by year. We didn't make progress on it at that point. Everybody, test stacking, many surveys have identified that as a critical stress issue for students. It's always in the top 1 or 2. We have, in a sense, low-hanging fruit already identified. If staff has time to focus on this, I'd like to, for example, hear a presentation about what we might do about that. It seems more action-oriented.
I do think from the conversation we heard on Monday, and we tried to really listen and not talk, at some point, maybe it's not at the next meeting, I think it would honor and respect our students to reflect back on their suggestions. And maybe the suggestions on Monday that's not a complete list, so maybe there needs to be some time for that.
The other thing that I'm trying to figure out how it fits is we've asked Hanover Research to do focus groups with our students,
That's right.
And focus groups around homework and alignment and consistency. And so as long as we're going to have those kids trapped in a room anyway, maybe the timing just doesn't work, but wouldn't it be great to ask them these other questions as well? Like if we could relieve some of this homework thing, like what other things would be, of the other things that are available, what would be useful? Because for us to sort of, come across these things in an ad hoc way when we happen to be talking to students who say, do you know what it takes to get a PE contract? And we all say, we don't really know what it takes,
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, so that sort of thing comes up because they're living it every day. So we need them to tell us what are those things that are making your life miserable.
Yeah.
And having a focus group where we can test those things and say, we heard this from these students and this from these students, and how do you, completely different set of students, feel about it? I would hate to miss that opportunity where we have focus groups already with things that are bubbling up that we could test.
Yeah.
What Hanover study? Which one?
The one that's focusing on homework and alignment. I believe there's focus groups scheduled in that. Yes.
Well, the other thing is, proposals should be brought to us rather than us working out a proposal on the dais. So if we could use Hanover Group, or they can do something internal at the high school, as long as there's a process that works through that.
I just lay it there because you don't want to get a month from now and say we can't do it.
So, just in terms of keeping our focus on the agenda item, is there a proposal for an item on the agenda, which I think is what's agendized for board operations? And
yes,
because I'm losing track of that a little bit.
So we all agreed that having Ms. Townsend's requests added to the schedule presentation would be acceptable.
I think it'd be perfectly acceptable to have Mr. Jacobowski, for example, provide some of the data that it sounds like there's some confusion about in the community.
Do you feel that?
No, I'm all for it. So what will we approve? And this is really a process question. I mean, I think, I agree. I think it'd be fine to have it. Will that be? We will be voting on a bell schedule at some point.
Well, then they should be two different items, because
exactly.
I mean, I see this as an information item, and you know, sometimes we give direction or what, but if it's I see it. I mean, we promised an information. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I mean, if I don't want to raise expectations that we're going to.
It might work that it's on the same night.
I mean, if the board wants to vote on that, that's the board's decision. But
my request is that it be an information item. My request was that it stand alone.
Just for information.
Just for
That's
information.
what I heard you say. Yeah.
There's just too much rumor out there, and I think we need to. I think we need to give the facts.
So I would oppose that to the extent that I'm hearing a motion, because I think it's going to be impossible to have an information item on zero period that doesn't reignite the controversy. We're going to get, and if that's what we want to do, if we want to reopen this decision, then that's a direction we could go. But otherwise, it seems to me that if what we're really interested in doing is just getting facts out there, then there's much more efficient ways of doing that than creating another occasion for more debate over the wisdom of the decision. So I think we should be clear about what it is that we're not going to be. If we put zero period on the agenda, we are not going to have 10 minutes of Mr. Jacobowski reciting some facts. We're going to have folks on both sides of this, because it is going to be taken as a signal that we may be perhaps interested in revisiting that decision.
Well, frankly,
so I don't think that's a wise use of time.
Thank you. We haven't had a public conversation about it, and that's what we promised them. So I'm not going to repeat myself again. I mean, that's what we promised the community, and I think that's what we owe them. So I believe in transparency. I think it's good for this board to stand for it. And we requested an information item on this, and we haven't done it yet. And I think it's time we do.
So just a process question. This certainly came up in our agenda setting process. Certainly, this conversation and this discussion. And it was recommended to move in this direction for a variety of reasons. And I'm just wondering if we should share some of those reasons in terms of, because I do feel like this was the meeting to have that discussion if that was how the agenda was going to be planned.
I don't understand the references. This meeting,
I'm sorry, tonight's
one we're in?
Tonight's meeting, because that's when everybody came out to speak on it.
Why don't we let Dr. McGee talk to this point?
My point was that, first of all, it's an administrative decision, and I don't think that the board voted on having academics or not, and I may be wrong about this, and I will stand corrected, in zero period for Gunn and not for Pally. I don't sense that, I sense that these were administrative decisions, which they really need to be. And frankly, my perspective was having the administration say, oh, no, board, you make the decision on this. It's just, it's kind of that gray area, but I really thought it was an administrative decision. And that was my recommendation. And I think I wrote in there, if the board wants to do a separate policy, then it should go through the policy procedure. So what we did, we talked about an agenda setting, and made the administrative decision, and we discussed, well, hey, we did promise the community this would be on the agenda, and so we put on the agenda. I mean, you're absolutely right, Ms. Townsend. It was not a discussion item for tonight. It was on the agenda. But that's why we did it. And, right or wrongly, I still think it's an administrative decision. That doesn't mean you can't have open discussion about it, but at all. But I do think it's an administrative decision, respectfully, that it's not a board policy.
You're not
level
being
decision.
disrespectful.
Okay.
I'm asking for transparency and the board being able to discuss an item of great community interest.
Right.
And that's what the boards have stood for historically, and I don't want to change it. But
So
that's my
one
request.
of the things that the superintendent had said to me, and I think he said it when we were together, was our decisions about this kind of thing right now are because we are in a situation where we don't have other flexibility. We don't have a schedule where we have other flexibility. And they're bringing a schedule forward, so shouldn't we talk about the schedule they bring forward and talk about what the problems are we're trying to solve? And that's what we should be talking about, is how can we have a schedule that solves the problems that need to be solved?
Mm-hmm.
So it seems to me that if you want to clarify some of these things, it should be with the conversation about the scheduled options that they're bringing forward and why they're bringing those forward. What are they solving?
Right. I honestly don't, and I think it's probably time to call for a vote or make it. However, we're going to make this decision. I don't think that it will be time well spent to go back over a decision that has been made. I really think that the board should be spending its time focusing on the decisions to come, and I think that Ms. Caswell said that quite well. Actually, I don't think that the community is going to be well served by having a redoing the debate that has been had actually in the community over the last month or so.
But there are some clear problems that our students are having, and I think we need to talk
we need to
about
address those problems. It was clear to me that there was a lot of issues that were behind students' concern about these things, and I think we should be focused on what those are.
Why don't we go down the line here and see if we have some consensus on what we should do?
I would be happy to see it either in as a standalone item on the same day we do the gun schedule discussion, or as a standalone item pushed out farther when we talk about other forms of flexibility and things that we've heard from our students.
I'm happy to have an item about flexibility. And if we talk about zero period in that context, that would be fine. I don't want a separate standalone information item on zero period. I think that leads us down. I think that leads us down the road of controversy over a settled decision, which I don't see the point of that, and I think probably encourages in students a sense that there is a possibility there that there isn't.
What should I say it again? I believe that we should have a standalone item on the zero period. We promised it to the community. I think transparency is important for students. It's important for we promised it to them. They were right to hold us accountable, to say this should have been a discussion in public, where board members who are elected have an opportunity to correct the record or understand better or hear. And in the context of Ms. Godfrey's, I like her idea of getting to that point about hearing the different flexibility. I think that's probably a different meeting, and I'm really looking forward to that bell schedule conversation. But it's probably simpler to have it separate because one's an information item, one's a vote item, and I just think that would serve us well.
Ms. Amberly?
I think having any comments that the board would like to make about zero period as part of the scheduling conversation is something I would get behind.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and that would be my preference, to have you know, if there's some information that we need in addition that we don't have, to have it as part of the scheduling discussion.
So information that Mr. Jacob,
Jacob asked
yeah,
for, yeah.
all that information would be included in that report, right? As
If
long
we
as
ask
it is.
for it.
Yeah, I would want that. I mean, because that's why I'm asking for this in the first place.
So we will do this as part of the first bell discussion.
And why don't we be very clear what you're requesting, so they don't have to guess, because that's very hard. Okay, so let's do that.
Okay.
Okay?
Deal.
I have a couple of board operation items. Do you want to just go down quickly? Do other people have board operation items?
It's an agenda item that I'd also like to add, but it doesn't have to be in the next meeting or so.
Okay.
But it's a budget process discussion.
Okay.
And
I think we've committed. I'm glad you brought that up.
A study session,
I meant
I
to
think,
bring
would
it
be
up at the
great.
end of the budget discussion. It needs to change for next year.
Yeah.
I regretted having to say no, but
Okay.
in that process I had to.
Does anybody feel that that's not a good request?
No, I think I thought that was already on our, implicitly
Retreat.
on the agenda.
Right.
Yeah. I don't have anything.
Board reports, is that what we're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Palo Alto PTA Council, lots of things going on. Dr. McKee and I are tag teaming tomorrow's Earth Day. I think we're mostly all out at the schools tomorrow and maybe the next
Thursday.
day. I thought it
Oh.
was tomorrow, or tomorrow for me. I
Oh,
think.
I'm Thursday.
Oh, okay,
Each
so
school's
for
different.
2 days, Earth Day, we're celebrating transportation and all that kind of thing. And is there anything else I can't remember?
City school liaison this week.
Oh, thank you very much. Ms. Godfrey and I, this will be our third city school liaison committee, and our speakers, Dr. McKee, is that you?
Or I
Was
think
that
it
this?
is.
Yes, Ms. Mack. There you go. So it will be the city manager and Dr. McGee. It should be an interesting meeting. We're really looking forward to
8
it.
o'clock, I think,
And,
Thursday
yes,
morning,
on
yeah.
Thursday morning.
Right
So
early, yeah.
the community is invited here at 25 Churchill.
Thank you. Ms. Emily?
Mr. Dauber and I had another BPRC meeting. That was so fabulous. You guys all saw the packet that we ended up
You did a lovely
taking
job.
out of the agenda for tonight. So we'll revisit it another time.
Right.
We're looking forward to that.
So I have a couple of things that are operational. I think you already heard that we went to that meeting with the students. One of the things that I think we need to figure out is how to meet with students more regularly, not just when there's an issue, because what kind of relationship do you have if the only time you meet is when there's an issue? I'd like to talk about how to do this with the staff as well, or think about how to do this, because I think that there was some concern that the staff didn't feel like they were part of discussions either. I don't want to come up with a solution for that, but I think it's something we need to consider. The operations thing is we have a couple of things coming up. Cal SSD, which you saw the schedule for, is on the 1st of May in Sacramento. Dr. McGee and I are scheduled to go to a basic aid meeting with Jerry. I'm sorry, it's not basic aid. It's all of the education, all of his education constituents, all of the board presidents and superintendents he's bringing together for a discussion on issues he should be pushing. That's the same day. So I can't make it to Sacramento and also make it to his meeting. So I'm hoping somebody else could make it to Cal SSD. If you looked at the schedule, there's some items on there that we're pretty interested in. May 1st.
Oh, no.
What day of the week is that?
It's a Friday. Okay, why don't you think about
May
that?
1st is a Friday.
You know, we can get the packet from Jeff Frost, but it's never the same as the discussion that happens. The other thing is tomorrow, I got a call from Liz Niss as I was leaving tonight. Apparently, the city's having a city meeting on healthy communities tomorrow, 12:30 to 2. I am not available to go to that. It seems like it would be appropriate for someone on the city school liaison committee. Were you invited to go to that?
No.
No.
Okay. It would be good to go if somebody has the availability tomorrow. I know.
Could you forward her email?
I don't have it. No, I have a. She called.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and she just left me a voicemail actually.
What
and she
time
said,
is
"I'm
that?
sure it's 12:30 to 2."
I can do that actually.
You can. Okay, I will find out the details, the particulars, and get it to you.
We have a project safety net meeting earlier.
Oh, yeah, it's coming up.
Thursday, 11 to 1.
Excuse me?
Thursday.
Thursday, okay.
Okay,
The others
folks.
tomorrow?
Yeah, yeah. We just need one person to go to this.
Okay.
And I really do think it would be good if.
Are you going to talk about Buena Vista? You haven't talked yet.
No.
Okay.
I did talk already, I think.
You can talk again.
Oh, well, or we all should. That
Yeah, we had a good
three of
showing
us
at the city council meeting
showed
to
up for
talk
the
about
Buena
Buena
Vista.
Vista.
Yes, you guys, thank
Ken
you
went
very
with
much.
his neighborhood hat on.
Oh, but everybody came.
Yeah.
Everyone knew that we were from the school board, and we spoke in sequential order, and it was a wonderful turnout. I was so proud to be with my colleagues. It was really a wonderful support for our students.
And our students who spoke, oh my gosh.
Huh.
They're amazing.
Very eloquent.
Yeah, they were on the younger end. There was like 9-year-olds to 14-year-olds. Amazing.
I'm constantly impressed by our students, how articulate they are.
It's ridiculous.
All
It's
right.
amazing. They are.
That was it.
Isn't
I
it?
just wanted to get that out.
We live in Lake Wobegon. Okay, we are going into closed session, folks. Thank you for your patience with the meeting tonight.
Good job.